Hello and welcome to Unacademy, a one stop destination for the English medium civil services aspirants. Prelims 2025 is over. If you have attempted this test, stay with us and we will take you through all the 100 questions once again and solve them live and explain all the topics related to these questions. If you are preparing for 2026 or beyond, this is an even important session for you because you need to have an idea of what sort of questions UPSC asks in the prelims examination. And if our initiatives, whether our plus courses or our free initiatives such as Conquer Prelims, has been of some help to you in your preparation, in preparing for the prelims examination, do let us know in the comment section. We have already received a lot of appreciation and love for the Conquer Prelims initiative, but do let us know in the comment section as well. And on the pattern of Conquer Prelims, we are coming up with an ambitious Conquer Mains 2025 program for those who would be writing mains this year. But instead of having this program live on YouTube, we are going to conduct this program exclusively on our platform, the Unacademy app. I will come up with a detailed video explaining Conquer Mains tomorrow, and I will also tell you the reason why we will be conducting Conquer Mains on the platform and not on the YouTube channel. And if you have gone through the question paper of this year, you would have realized, or people will tell you, that you don't need to memorize facts or river systems or mapping to ace the prelims examination. You need a strong foundation, conceptual clarity. And if your foundation is strong, it becomes very easy for you to crack the examination. And if you want to prepare for 2026 or beyond, you can join our foundation course. Go through our website, take a look at the foundation batch for CSE 2026. You can enroll in this batch at 19,999. You may see a different price being quoted on the website, but once you apply this code IAS English, it will automatically unlock the lowest price, which is 19,999. Now, let's get started and let's analyze all these 100 questions asked in the prelims examination today. We'll start with polity and then we will shift to other subjects. In polity, we will discuss 14 questions which were asked. Let's look at question number one, which is question 51 according to one series. Consider the following statements. Statement number one: Panchayats at the intermediate level exists in all states. To be eligible to be a member of a panchayat at the intermediate level, a person should attain the age of 30 years. The chief minister of a state constitutes a commission to review the financial position of panchayats at the intermediate levels and to make recommendations regarding the distribution of net proceeds of taxes. Let's look at the question is asking which of the given statements above are not correct. Panchayats at the intermediate level exists at all states. There shall be constituted panchayats in every state, at the village, at the intermediate, as well at the district level. But panchayats at the intermediate level may not be constituted in a state having population exceeding 20 lakhs. This is the snapshot from my plus course, a comprehensive course on Indian polity. So you can easily make out that statement number one is incorrect. Panchayats at the intermediate level exist on all states? No, because in states where the population is not exceeding 20 lakhs, it is not necessary to create a intermediate level. To be eligible to be a member of panchayat at the intermediate level, a person should attain the age of 30 years. Look at the another proof. Age has to be 21 years. This is the qualification required. And this is something that I mentioned in the class. Whoever is qualified to become an MLA is qualified to become the member of panchayat as well, except the age limit, which is 25 for an MLA, but 21 for the member of a panchayat. So statement 2 is also incorrect. Statement number 3, regarding reviewing the financial position of panchayats. Powers and functions of State Finance Commission to review the status of panchayats, funds, taxes, fees, making grants in aid. This is the responsibility not of the chief minister. This is the responsibility of the State Finance Commission, which is constituted every 5 years by the governor of that state. So, which of the given statements above are not correct? None of these statements are correct. D, 1, 2, 3 is the right answer. Any doubt, anyone? Great. Let's look at another question. Consider the following statements about Lokpal. And this is what I've been telling my students as well. This is something that I teach in governance. And I tell the students that although it is part of governance, but then facts related to these constitutional bodies or statutory bodies or regulatory bodies can be asked in the prelims examination. The power of the Lokpal applies to public servants of India, but not to the Indian public servants posted outside India. How do we know? Jurisdiction of Lokpal includes the Prime Minister, ministers, members of the parliament, group A, B, C, D. And if you are a member of the Indian Foreign Service, you're also posted abroad, but Lokpal will have the jurisdiction over you as well. So, statement number one, the power of Lokpal applies to public servants of India, but not to the Indian public servants posted outside of India. This is incorrect. The chairperson or a member shall not be the member of the parliament or a member of the legislature of any state or union territory, and only the Chief Justice of India, whether incumbent or retired, has to be its chairperson. What is the answer? The Lokpal shall consist of chairperson who is or has been a Chief Justice of India, or who is or has been a judge of the Supreme Court, or an eminent person. So, this statement that chairperson only the Chief Justice of India, whether retired or incumbent, has to be the chairperson, this is incorrect, right? And I've showed you the proof as well. Now, look at the third statement. This is where some of you may have confusion. The chairperson or a member shall not be a person of less than 45 years of age on the date of assuming office as the chairperson or member, as the case may be. A chairperson or member shall not be, look at the third statement, less than 45 years of age. And this is something that I reiterate, I emphasize strictly in my classes. Look at these provisions, look at the qualifications, look at these facts, can be important for your prelims examination. So, the chairperson or a member shall not be less than 45 years of age. Exact statement. The chairperson or a member shall not be a person of less than 45 years of age. The statement is correct. Fourth, Lokpal cannot inquire into the allegations of corruption against a sitting Prime Minister of India. The jurisdiction of Lokpal includes the Prime Minister. But yes, there are some matters related to international relations, related to atomic energy, which are kept outside of the purview of the Lokpal. But it does include, the jurisdiction includes that of the Prime Minister. So Lokpal cannot inquire into the allegations of corruption against a sitting Prime Minister of India. This is incorrect. Which of the statements given above is or are correct? A, 3 only is the right answer. Any doubts with respect to this question? Do let me know. No doubts. You have got this correct? Very nice. Let's look at question 66. Consider the following statements with regard to pardoning power of the President of India. Pardoning power under Article 72 of the Constitution. The exercise of this power by the President of India can be subjected to limited judicial review. This is something that I teach in the class. President acts, Supreme Court can exercise judicial review if the action of the president or the governor is mala fide, which means in bad faith. This is where there can be a judicial review of these pardoning powers of the president as well. So, the exercise of this power by the president can be subjected to limited judicial review. Yes, because what is the explanation? If the exercise of this power is malified on part of the governor or the president. The president can exercise this power without the advice of the central government. This is incorrect. Why? because president acts on the advice of the cabinet. This is what I tell my students in class, and I then make it a specific reference that it is this decision of the council of ministers, the cabinet, is communicated to the president through the home minister. So what is the answer? The exercise of this power can be subjected to limited judicial review. Yes. Which of these statements are correct? A, one only is the right answer. Right? Limited judicial review would mean under narrow terms, only when the exercise is malified, not more than that. Let's look at another question. On the dissolution of the House of the People, the Speaker shall not vacate his or her office until immediately before the first meeting of the House of the People after the dissolution. And this is what I'd say in the classes as well, that Speaker does not resign when all other members have resigned, when the dissolution of Lok Sabha takes place. Speaker resigns when the new Lok Sabha is meeting for the first time. So, this statement on the dissolution of the House of the People, the Speaker shall not vacate his house office until immediately before the first meeting of the House of the People after dissolution. This is correct. And that is why when we discuss the office of the pro tem speaker as well, so just when the house of the Lok Sabha is going to be convened, a new house is to be convened, the morning itself, the speaker of the previous Lok Sabha resigns. According to the provisions of the Constitution of India, a member of the House of the People, on being elected as the speaker, shall resign from his or her political party immediately. This is not correct. Why? The speaker, there is an exemption under anti-defection law. If the speaker wants to resign after getting elected as the speaker, he will not be disqualified, which primarily means that there is no express provision in the constitution that the speaker will have to necessarily resign from his political party immediately once he is elected. That is not the case. And look at the current speaker as well. He belongs to the BJP, the ruling political party. The Speaker of the House of the People may be removed from his or her office by a resolution of the House of the People passed by majority of all the then members. And this is what I keep telling you. Whenever this term of all the then members is mentioned, it primarily means what majority? Effective majority. And let's see where we have covered this. Speaker is elected by simple majority, but removed by effective majority. In fact, the grounds of the removal are also not mentioned in the Constitution. But if you notice it, you can link it with the current affairs development. For example, the chairperson of the Rajya Sabha, the members of the opposition tried to remove him from the office. And then the deputy chairperson of the Rajya Sabha rejected it on the grounds that 14-day notice was not provided. So this statement is correct. 1 and 3, C is the right answer. Have you got this correct? Very nice. Let's look at question number 68. Consider the following statements. If any question arises as to whether a member of the House of the People has become subject to disqualification under the 10th schedule of the Constitution, which is anti-defection law, the President's decision in accordance with the opinion of the Council of Ministers shall be final. This is not the power available with the President. This is the power available with the Speaker. And that is what we discuss in the classes as well. In fact, this mains based question, once a speaker, always a speaker. This is the power available with the speaker and not with the President of India. There is no mention of the word political party in the Constitution of India. Incorrect. Which of these statements given above are correct? Neither one nor two. D is the right answer. There is no mention of the word political party in the Constitution of India. Look at the 10th schedule itself. A member of a house belonging to any political party. And in fact, if this member of a house who belongs to a political party voluntarily resigns from the political party, will be disqualified or violates the whip issued by the political party, the three-line whip as we say it, shall be disqualified by the speaker under the provisions of the 10th schedule. the anti-defection law of the Constitution. So, statement number one, if any question arises, the decision will be that of the president. It is incorrect. There is no mention of the word political party in the Constitution. There is specifically under the 10th schedule, although political party as a term has not been defined, but there is a mention of the word political party. So, both these statements are incorrect. D, neither one nor two is the right answer. National recognized party or state recognized party, this is something that Election Commission of India decides based on the symbols order, based on the rules. Any questions till now? Let's look at question number 69. In India, state governments have no power for making rules for grant of concessions in respect of extraction of minor minerals, even though such minerals are located in their territories. Statement 2. In India, the central government has the power to notify minor minerals under the relevant law. Have we covered this? There was a landmark judgment of the Supreme Court in July last year, and this judgment was delivered by a 9 judge constitution bench of the Supreme Court. And this verdict was given by the majority of 8 is to 1. This is something which is mentioned here on the slide as well. Where a 9 judge bench of the Supreme Court, by a majority of 8 is to 1, there was only one dissenting judge, Justice Nagaratna, who said states have the right to tax minerals and the tax lands bearing minerals. So, if the statement number one says in India, state governments have no power for making rules for the grant of concessions in respect of extraction of minor minerals, even though such minerals are located in their territories, this is incorrect because states have the right. This is what we call, this judgment would strengthen fiscal federalism in India. Statement two. In India, the central government has the power to notify minor minerals under relevant laws. Statement 2 is correct, and I will tell you how. What is the right answer? Statement 1 is not correct, but statement 2 is correct, so D becomes the right answer. I have specifically mentioned this, that center has the primary authority over regulation of mines and mineral development. We have discussed the act of the parliament as well, called the 1956 Act, Mines and Minerals Development Regulation Act, under which the central government has the power to notify minor minerals. So, this is something that we have covered holistically in our UCAN session, the session where we discuss current affairs of the past month. So, what is the right answer? D is the right answer. Just last night, I see your old video regarding the Supreme Court verdict of minerals. Thank you. Very good. Let's look at question number 81. With reference to Indian polity, consider the following statements. An ordinance can amend any central act. Yes, because that's the power. An ordinance can be promulgated on all those subjects on which the parliament has the power to enact laws. So, if it's a central law, an ordinance can be used to amend the central act as well, right? And we have discussed so many ordinances which have been promulgated last year. An ordinance can abridge a fundamental right. This is incorrect. An ordinance can come into effect from a back date. Yes, because can we give a retrospective effect to an ordinance? Yes. So 1 and 3 is the right answer. C is the right answer. Where can an ordinance be used to amend fundamental rights or amend the constitution? This is something that we discuss in the classes. Article 13, Clause 2. The state shall not make any law which takes away or abridges the right. And then we mention under Article 13, Clause 3, what is this law? Law includes an ordinance. That means even by an ordinance, you cannot abridge the fundamental right. And that is the term which is used here. Abridges the fundamental right, abridges a fundamental right. Similarly, can ordinance be used to promulgate? Can ordinance be promulgated to amend the constitution? Specific answer, no. And fundamental rights are part of the constitution. Similarly, when we discussed ordinance or when we discuss retrospective application of the laws, this is something that we cover in Article 20, wherein I say a law cannot be passed, a criminal law cannot be passed with retrospective effect, but civil laws can. This is something that even students interact with me during the live classes when I give the answer that civil laws can have retrospective effect. So, here, if the ordinance can an ordinance be given a retrospective effect? Can it come into effect from a back date if it's related to a civil law? 100% yes. So what is the right answer? C, 1 and 3 is the right answer. Right? Have you got this question right? Very good. Now, somebody is saying, sir, Constitutional Amendment Act is also a central act. No, that is separate because Article 13, Clause 4 specifically talks about an exception. Nothing in this article shall apply to an amendment to the Constitution made under Article 368. And this is something that my students would know. Let's look at another question. Consider the following pairs: state and description. Arunachal Pradesh. The capital is named after a fort, and the state has two national parks. Now, this is something that is not part of Indian polity at all. This is Mukesh Sir's domain, right? But let's look at the other statements. Nagaland, the state came into existence on the basis of a constitutional amendment act. Now, listen to me carefully. Sometimes questions are asked which are directly covered by me in the classes. Sometimes the question would be asked which may not be directly covered in the classes directly, that means in the same length. But when you look at all the classes and have a bird's eye view of these classes, you will realize, okay, this is something that I can mark correct. For example, when we discussed state, union, and its territory, part 1 of the Constitution, and there we discuss Article 2, Article 3. Almost every time the students would ask me, sir, if a state can be admitted into the Union of India under Article 2 of the Constitution, why do we always then amend the Constitution to give statehood to a particular state? And this is something that I discuss in special provisions with respect to some states. Article 371 talks about special provisions for some states. Article 371A explicitly talks about Nagaland. And it was done through a Constitutional Amendment Act in 1962. So, this statement, the state of Nagaland came into existence on the basis of a Constitutional Amendment Act, is correct. Then, third one, Tripura, initially a Part C state, it became a centrally administered territory with the reorganization of the states in 1956 and later attained the status of a full fledged state. Sir, how do we remember whether it was Part C? This is where I tell you. Part A territories were those which were previously under the Governor General, the big states, Madras, Bombay, Calcutta, so on and so forth. Part B would talk about those areas which were previously under, which were princely states, for example, Jammu and Kashmir, Mysore, Hyderabad. Part D, there was only one territory, Andaman and Nicobar. So if Tripura was not a big state, such as Bombay and Madras, and it was not a princely state, then it is under Part C. Previously, it was directly under the control of the Chief Commissioner. And later on in 1956, it became a union territory. Then in 1972, it became a full-fledged state. So Tripura, it became a centrally administered territory with the organization of the states in 1956 and attained the status of a full-fledged state later. Although one aspect of Tripura was also a princely state, but that's a separate matter altogether. And statement 1 is also correct, although it is not related to polity, but capital is named after a fort, Itanagar, Ita Fort, and the state has two national parks. So all these statements are correct. C is the right answer. Right or wrong? Right. With reference to India, consider the following statements. How many of the above were established as per the provisions of the Constitution of India? Which primarily means the question is asking which of these bodies given above are constitutional bodies. Interstate Council, is it a constitutional body? We say it is a non permanent constitutional body under Article 63 of the Constitution, wherein we say if the president is satisfied, he can establish, create an interstate council. So it is created as per the provisions of the Constitution of India, Article 263. Correct? National Security Council, it is not a constitutional body. Zonal Council, these are statutory bodies created under the States Reorganization Act of 1956. So A, only one is the right answer. In fact, we discussed the zonal councils as well. These are statutory bodies. These are not constitutional. Let's look at question number 84. The Constitution of India explicitly mentions that in certain affairs, the governor of a state acts in his or own discretion. Do we not mention this repeatedly? That there shall be council of ministers with the chief minister at the head to aid and advise the governor, who shall act on the advice except when the governor is required under the constitution to act in his discretion. And if there is a dispute as to what constitutes the discretionary power of the governor, and this term discretionary power is not defined in the constitution, and this is what leads to politicization of the office of governor. This is the controversial aspect of the office of the governor. The Constitution explicitly mentions that in certain spheres, although which are these certain spheres, we don't know, but it does explicitly mention that the governor is required to act in his or her discretion, which means without the aid and advice of the chief minister and the council of ministers. The president of India can, on his own or her own, reserve a bill passed by the state legislature for his or her consideration without it being forwarded by the governor of that state concerned. Which of the statements are correct? A, only one is the right answer. How? When we discuss that when a bill is passed by the legislative assembly, it is sent to the governor. What are the options available with the governor? Governor may give his assent. Governor may withhold the assent. Governor may send the bill back for reconsideration, but it should not be a money bill because a money bill cannot be sent back to the legislature for reconsideration. Or the governor may reserve a bill for the consideration of the president. And this is something that we say is one of the misuse of the discretionary powers of the governor. So it is not that the president reserves a bill on which is passed by the state legislature for his or her consideration. It is the governor reserves that bill for the consideration of the president. So question number 84, A, one only is the right answer. Right or wrong? Question number 84. Have you got this correct? Lovely. Consider the following pairs. Provision in the Constitution stated under. Separation of judiciary from the executive in the public services of the state. Is it part of directive principles? Article 50. Correct. Valuing and preserving the rich heritage of our composite culture. Is it part of fundamental duties? Yes. Prohibition of employment of children below the age of 14 years in factories. Is it part of fundamental rights? Yes. Article 24 of the Constitution. How many pairs are correctly matched? See, all of the above. How? When we discuss the child labor law, significant amendment was made to this Child Labor Prohibition and Regulation Act in 2016. And we discuss in the classes what is the status of this child labor less than the age of 14 before 2016, after 2016. And this is something that we discuss in Article 24. Clear cut, direct question. When we look at directive principles of the state policy, mentioning under Article 50, separation of judiciary from the executive, which is the directive principle of state policy. And I tell you repeatedly that you have to memorize all the 11 fundamental duties which are mentioned under Article 51, capital A, mentioned under Part 4, capital A of the Constitution. In fact, I also give you the acronym, which some of you may remember now. What is the acronym that you need to follow to memorize all these 11 fundamental duties? And in that, we discuss to value and preserve the rich heritage of our composite culture. And in fact, when we analyze fundamental duties from the mains perspective, I also tell you that this phrase, some constitutional experts say that it's very vague. These are vaguely worded fundamental duties. What do we mean by rich heritage of our composite culture? What is this composite culture that we are talking about? Direct question, C, all of the above is the right answer. Let's look at question number 86 with reference to the Constitution of India. If an area in a state is declared as scheduled area under the fifth schedule of the Constitution, which means we are talking about Schedule 5, and we are talking about states other than Assam, Meghalaya, Mizoram, and Tripura, because these are the states which come under, these are the areas under these states come under Schedule 6 of the Constitution. The state government loses its executive power in such areas and a local body assumes total administration. This is not correct because whenever we discuss Schedule 5 of the Constitution, we mention that governor has the power that you can alter the areas, the establishment of a scheduled area. It is the responsibility of the president. The president can increase, decrease, alter, or abolish, establish or abolish a scheduled area under Schedule 5. And then the governor has the responsibility, special responsibility, of administering this scheduled tribal area. But we also discuss that does not mean that the state executive will have no control over it or this area will be beyond the executive power of the state. That's something that is not provided. The union government can take over the total administration of such areas under certain circumstances on the recommendations of the governor. Now, this is something which is not mentioned in the Schedule 5. Look at Schedule 5 wording as we discuss in the classes. What are the features? Tribes Advisory Council, three-fourth members will be the tribal MLAs. Remaining ones will be nominated by the governor. And then this tribes advisory committee or council will advise the governor whether this state law will apply to this tribal area or not. That does not mean that union government can take over the total administration of such areas under certain circumstances on the recommendations of the governor. So, which of the statements are correct? D. Neither one nor two is the right answer. How many amongst you got this question correct? Fine, correct. Very good. Consider the following subjects under the Constitution of India. List 1, which is Union List in the 7th schedule. Extent of the executive power of a state. Conditions of the governor's office. For a constitutional amendment with respect to which of the above, ratification by legislatures of not less than one half of the states is required before presenting the bill to the President of India for assent. Something that we discuss in the classes, that there is another way in which constitution can be amended. But if Parliament wants to amend federal features of the constitution, apart from the requirement of a special majority in both houses of the Indian Parliament, this bill needs ratification by not less than half of the states before it can be sent to the President for assent. And which are those federal provisions? Extent of executive power of the Union and of a state. This is correct. Any mention of the 7th schedule itself, this is where we give the example that if when GST was implemented, constitutional amendment with ratification of the half of the states was required. Provisions with respect to Supreme Court and High Court. This is where we discuss in the classes when NJAC was enacted, when NJAC 1999 Constitutional Amendment Act was passed. It needed ratification by not less than half of the states. But is there any mention of the conditions of the governor's office? No. So 1 and 2, A is the right answer. How many amongst you got this correct? Correct, correct. Yes, yes, yes. Very nice. With reference to Indian polity, consider the following statements. The governor of a state is not answerable to any court for the exercise and performance of the duties and powers of his or her office. Now, some of you might be confused with the recent judgment of the Supreme Court. When a bill which is reserved for the consideration of the president, or a bill which is pending the assent of the governor, that's a matter related to Tamil Nadu, which is there before the court, and the court had said, no, we will review it, right? But when we discuss Article 14 itself, look at the wording, point by point. The president or the governor is not answerable to the court of law with regard to the discharge of their official functions, with regards to the exercise of the powers of duties. Article 361 clearly. So this is correct. No criminal proceedings shall be instituted or continued against the governor during his or her term. No criminal action whatsoever can be initiated against the president or the governor as long as they remain in office. As long as they are in office. Correct. Members of the state legislature are not liable to any proceeding in any court in respect of anything said within the house. Where is the third statement? Look at Article 105 when we discuss the powers, privileges, and immunities of the members of the parliament. No member of the parliament shall be liable to any proceedings in any court with respect to anything said or any vote given. Wording same to same. One, two, three. D is the right answer. How many amongst you got this correct? So these were the 14 questions that we had to discuss. These 14 questions were asked from Indian polity. Now, coming back to something very important for you, you may all be wanting to know, sir, what should be the cutoff or what can be the cutoff for prelims 2025. If you look at the questions asked from Indian polity, these questions were relatively easier than the questions asked in 2024. Questions related to economy were relatively easier than what were asked in 2024. Questions related to geography relatively easier as compared to 2024. Yes, questions related to environment, questions related to science and tech may have been slightly different or difficult, moderately difficult, but questions with respect to modern history were relatively easier than were asked in 2024. And our sense is all the teachers, when we discuss together, analyze the question paper, compare it with, and through our decades of experience, we have come to the conclusion we are predicting a cutoff which will range anywhere between 92 to 95. 92 to 95 is what we expect the cutoff to be for prelims 2025. Now, these were the polity questions that we had to discuss, and I've showed you how we teach in the plus classes as well, how we cover Indian polity. And if you want to learn with us, prepare with us, and study under us, then you can join our foundation batch, which starts on the 31st of May. And you can enroll with us by subscribing to our plus course at 19,999. I will pause here. I will ask Chetan sir now to come, or Abhishek sir will come to discuss his subject. So please stay with us. Don't go anywhere. 1 minute, we will be back.
Welcome back. So, we'll be discussing the history questions. Now, this time we got 16 questions out of history, which is an all time high if you look at the questions which have come in the past 4 years. So, between 2020 and 2025, this is the highest allocation. And over and above that, we've seen a resurrection of modern India. So, we have two questions from ancient India, two questions from early medieval. Thereafter, we have four questions from art and culture and eight questions from modern India, which is totally opposite to what happened last year. And if you have gone through any of our programs, be it the classroom program, be it plus, be it iconic, or be it platinum, and even if you've gone through the marathons, the questions were manageable. If I have to divide the question into a certain, you can say, space with regards to easy, moderate, and difficult, out of these 16, at least 12 were easy to moderate. Thereafter, 2 plus 2, I will say, 2 obscure, 2 very factual in that regard. Buddhism, Jainism, a very favorite topic of UPSC, did not come through. And we saw that IVC was rather asked as part of art and culture. So it's a good set of questions. If previously only 6 to 7 were manageable out of history, this time you can easily get 10 to 12. And if you have been smart to leave these four questions, you can easily use history to clear the cutoff without taking a negative in that regard. So let's look at the questions. So the first question is about Raja Ram Mohan Roy and his ideology, which is he possessed great love and respect for traditional philosophical systems of the East. East is a very important word. If it said West, the statement would have been incorrect. Totally correct statement. He desired his countrymen to accept the rational and scientific approach and the principle of human dignity, social equality of all men and women. This is where both the statements are correct. See, these are called very generic and very ambiguous, vague statements. This would be true for most of the social reformers in that regard. So you did not need to read too much into it. Only fact which needed to be checked is this one, which is it east or west? If it says west, then it would have been an incorrect statement. This one, non cooperation, this time was a favorite topic of UPSC. We saw four questions out of the eight of modern India, actually out of the national movement, specifically non-cooperation and CDM. So it is talking about the non-cooperation program, which is the Khilafat non-cooperation program, which were the parts of this program itself. Here we have boycott of law courts and foreign cloth, observance of strict non-violence, retention of titles, honors without using them in public, establishment of panchayats for dispute resolution or settling disputes. So, if you actually go through the provisions, you will realize it is not the retention, but rather the renunciation. So, basically, you have government schools boycott with colleges, courts, and now because courts have been boycotted, you will see panchayats in place of that. Further, this was the reason why the Swaraj is no changer concept true, and this makes this question easy. This is a very standard concept which you will find as part of the classroom program or as part of the book itself. Here, the answer becomes only three. This one is incorrect. It is a renunciation. You have to give up. You have to give up the government honors and titles. Okay. This is a very easy question, term based question out of early medieval, which is what do you mean by the Agrahatta? Now, here A obviously is incorrect, D obviously is incorrect because it has nothing to do with buckets and the concept of leather. But yes, here B is the answer. But if you got confused with D, remember these are two very different things, which is large wheel with earthen pots tied to the outer end, as you can see, the outer end. And on the other hand, it says driven by bullock carts. Some students said that, sir, it does not mention bullock carts here, but it mentions earthen pots and pot, singular. And here it is talking about multiple. And that is the whole point of the Persian wheel itself. Persian wheel was also a part of a new technology which was developed in the early medieval period, where gearing technique was used to spin the gear and therefore also bring in water. This allowed for further irrigation practices to go forward. The Persian wheel is a very important technology introduced during the early medieval period. Very easy question. Again, nothing out of the box. This is art and culture, literature. Who among the following rulers in ancient India had assumed the title Mahavilsala, Vichitra, and Gunabhara? Here you need to know straightforward. It is Mahendra Varman one, which is it is written by Mahendra Varman. It is a set of texts and Sanskrit plays which basically were related to him. And this is a very well-known fact again. They could have given any random set of facts, but a very well-known Mahendra Varman, or if you've left this question, Khurshid, good enough. This can be difficult for a student who has not gone through Pallavan, you can say cultural contribution. If you let this question, yes, perfect, good strategy. But if you know this, you should easily be able to. There are two options in which you can get confused. I would say that if you've left it, very good. If you knew it, very, very good. Perfect. This is a very easy question. Again, foreign travelers, they could have asked any random personality, but they went with one of the most known, which is out of the FHI, which is Fahian Yunsang Itzing. They asked Fahian. And they asked Fahian, the Chinese pilgrims, traveled to India during the reign of Chandragupta II Vikramaditya. We have a table in the book which gives you the ruler, the foreign traveler, which country he is coming from, and therefore this is where you see Fahian, Chandragupta II, Vikramaditya. It is very easy. Chinese, Yunsang, Itzing. These are very three standard known personalities. Fahian, Yunsang, Itzing. Very easy that way. This you should not have left. This you should not have left. This is a very easy question. This is free marks from UPSC. If you left it, then I hope that you picked up on other questions. This is you will find in every standard literature, and that is where this is a question which should be done by you. Okay, this again is a very easy question. Sri Vijaya and the reference to the Cholas has been in the news quite a lot. Yes, we discussed this as part of Conquer Prelims in the marathon session also, which is who among the following led a successful military campaign against the kingdom of Sri Vijaya, the powerful maritime state which ruled Malaya, Peninsula, Sumatra, Java, and the neighboring islands? Very easy. Rajendravan. Only a Chola would have the power to push something like this. And this is where you have to understand that when we talk about him, he completed a process which was started by Raja Raja. And this is where the way he had a certain consciousness towards making sure that maritime trade becomes a priority is something which is very, very important. Again, discussed n number of times as part of the classroom program, as part of Plus and Iconic in that. Very easy question. Again, I hope nobody's left this. Now, this is one question I hope would have left. Yes, Abhinav, we had discussed this as part of You Can also. If you left this, very good. This time, rivers came, but in the context of Mahajanpada. And this is where I believe in the heat of the examination, it is very, very difficult to answer this type of question. That too, UPSC played a lot of games, which is, for example, rather than writing Vyas, they gave the Vedic name of Vyas, which is Vipasha. And over and above that, if you look at Ashmaka, Godavari, Kamboja, Vipasa, Avanti, and Kosala, two are directly in a way correctly matched, which is Ashmaka, Godavari, totally correct. And Kosala, Saryu, as you can say, Saryu river used to actually divide the Kosala into north and south. Here, what happens is you had to have Kabul river here and Narmada here. If you know the basic location of the Mahajanpadas also, you could be able to get this answer. Remember one thing very clearly. I do not expect you to know this question because it's too much data for one question. Too much data for one question. Very good deductionist. We discussed this, yes. So I hope that you left this question because in the 16 questions, this is where I really don't want you to lose out in a negative. If you got this correct, Priya, very good. Left it, smart choice. Very good. Very good. Okay. Now, this is again a question which came out of art and culture. And this is where I say this is a difficult question. Very difficult question. Because randomly they've talked about the first Gandharva Mahavidyalaya. When, where was it established? In 1901. by Vishnu Pulskar. Now, you should understand one thing. Here, the answer is actually Lahore, not Gwalior. The answer is Lahore. These two questions were to be left, which is question number 27 and question number 28. See, if they had asked any question related to this concept, be it who is the establisher of this, which year it was established, or what is the organization itself, you would not have got the answer correct. This is random question. But see, if you will Google something like this, you will find that they would say it properly started to flourish in Gwalior. But it says first. That is why Lahore is the answer. Okay. Again, I have taught this multiple times. Again, in the marathon, I had a very long discussion on this. Mauryan administration was something which I used to explain, and I used to say that there is a lot of, you can say, DMDC concept, which is the Pradeshika, the Rajuka. So it says Ashokan inscriptions suggest that Pradeshika, Rajuka, Yukta were important officers at. A lot of students I've seen have answered provincial administration. No, it is district level. Provincial will go to the Kumara or the Areputra. So if you actually look at it, province is Kumara, Areputra, then Rajuka, Yukta, and Pradeshika are district level. This is where in the marathon also I discussed that we have the concept of the DM coming through. So if you just went through the first part of the marathon, easily would have got this answer. Very easy question in the larger scheme of UPSC has been very kind to history this time, which is quite unlike it. And therein, a lot of questions with conceptual clarity have come through. Remember, conceptual clarity was still needed. Okay. This question directly picked up from all standard sources, which is with respect to non cooperation movement, the Congress declared the attainment of Swaraj by all legitimate means and peaceful means to be its objective. It was to be implemented in stages with civil disobedience and non payment of taxation for the next stage, only if Swaraj did not come within a year and the government resorted to repression. As I said, the second stage of NCM was always known. Here, both the statements are correct. This is basically reference to the Nagpur session. In the Nagpur session, it was decided that they would go for extra constitutional means, but in a peaceful and legitimate manner. Please understand this point. A lot of students have reached out saying that, sir, is this actually correct? See, they omitted one line out of this. It could have easily said the Congress declared the attainment of Swaraj by extra constitutional means. That is also correct. If they say by all legitimate and peaceful means, that is also correct. They omitted the line extra constitutional. And if you know basic, you can say Gandhian philosophy, they would never talk about anything other than the concept of peaceful. So if you've marked B, you are reading too much into the first line. Reading too much into the first line. We have this is directly out of this concept that it has to be non-violence. Yes, see, the word Swaraj was used. The word Swaraj was used as early as the Swadeshi movement itself. But here the point is attainment of Swaraj becoming part of the Nagpur session is a standard thing. A standard thing, not a very difficult question in the larger scheme of things. You should understand this point. That here you are reading too much into the first one if you are getting it incorrect. Very easy question based out of standard sources, even the book itself. Okay. Now, this question, no book will give you the answer, but can be easily coming through because it is only in one context that Gandhi would say something like, "Sedition has become my religion," was a famous statement given by Gandhiji at Champaran. He did not do anything seditious. Attending the second roundtable conference in London, again, that was not it. Launching the Quit India movement, we know that what he said at Govalia tank itself. When he broke the salt law, it is in that moment that he was doing civil disobedience. And civil disobedience automatically becomes a reference point to what we today call as a concept of sedition. So if you go by all the options, again, this is not an easy question. It's a moderate question. These two questions, 30 and 91, need a little bit of understanding. Quit India would not be seditious in that sense because he did not mention the concept of breaking laws. It was rather about do or die. So you actually have to understand how the ideology is interacting. These are factual questions, but need a little bit of context and understanding from your you can say base knowledge and foundational understanding also. This is a free question. Free question. The famous female figure known as the dancing girl found at Mohenjo-daro is made of free bronze. Bronze, bronze, bronze. Mohenjo-daro is known for that. This question is a free question. Easy. Art and culture question, they could have easily gone into a certain direction, which would have been very difficult. But this is very easy. If you're getting this incorrect, it means that there's an issue of base knowledge and understanding in that regard. Okay. This is a question which is difficult. And I would suggest that if you have no idea about it, leave it. And I hope that you left it also, which is who provided legal defense to the people arrested in the aftermath of Chauri Chora. Now, the reference point to this is two. There was a news which came through in and around the what we call as 100 years of Chauri Chora and 100 years of the non-cooperation movement. Further, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav talks about this, which is Madan Mohan Malviya and Krishnakant are the ones who actually were the legal counsel in that regard. If you knew this, very good. But the idea is this is a difficult one. So this is your third question. Out of the 16 I told you, 4 you have to be wary of. It's a very old reference. That is where there's an interesting concept. Somehow CDM, NCM should have come. NCM should have come 2 years back, but they didn't talk about anything. 5th February 1922, the concept of Chauri Chora itself should have come 2 years back. So they've taken this question out of the pool of questions which they had previous. And if you're using this logic, Siyadas Jinnah were not keen to. Yes, that is also true, aspirant. That's a very good logic. If you're using that logic, it's a very old concept. Again, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav reference is also 1 year, 2 year back. So very simply, Madan Mohan Malviya, if you did not know this, don't take a negative in these type of questions. Okay. Again, a free question, purely free question. Subsequent to which of the following events, Gandhiji, who consistently opposed untouchability and appealed for its eradication from all spheres, decided to include the upliftment of Harijans in his political and social campaign? It has to be after he comes back from the second roundtable conference and the Pune Pact. Obviously, has to be the Pune Pact because his Harijan campaign starts from that point itself, which is 1934ish onwards. He will go into political hiatus. We've discussed this again as part of our larger timeline. I've always talked about the concept of phase one, phase two, and thereafter going forward with regards to Harijan campaign. Okay, this is something which I was discussing just 2 to 3 days back in the platinum course itself, and we were discussing what are different types of fruits which were brought in by the Portuguese. So how many of the above were introduced in India by the Portuguese in 16th and 17th century? Here, there is one thing which in different sources you'll find different answers. Meaning, you will sometimes find a lot of intersections. You will sometimes find a lot of, you can say, divergences. But pineapple, papaya, and guava are all three, or all three were introduced by the, yes, guava would have been a little. This is the one which you really don't find in all standard sources. But guava is a one. You don't really expect this type of a question from UPSC. But if you go by the standard, you can say lists, you will find guava also. This, I'll tell you the exact reference to this. This is out of a Cambridge University book where there's a chapter on the impact of the Portuguese on India. And exactly all three were given in sequence. But in these type of questions, you should always go with all correct also. Now, again, UPSC gave you a free question. They could have asked this question in any way, and they could have made it extremely difficult also, which is who among the following was the founder of the self respect movement? Very simply, the self respect movement was based on E.V. Ramaswamy Naikar. It has to be period. It has to be period. So when we talk about these questions generally, 2 plus 2 plus 4 plus 8, 12, I'm presuming you would get correct. And you will take these 20 to 24 marks and clear the cutoff. This has been a, you can say, moderately easy part of history which has been asked. But one thing is very clear: you have to have basic understanding, you have to have base knowledge, foundational knowledge, which we cover in plus iconic and platinum. You have to have a larger understanding which is based on not just ratification but conceptual clarity. And in any way or form, if you've been struggling with too many sources for history, for example, you need R.S. Sharma, Satish Chandra, Bipin Chandra, Spectrum, Nitin Singhania, too many sources, which is close to 10 to 12 sources for history, including NCERT and Tamil Nadu board. You have a one-stop solution now available to you. To use the course for Indian history, the link is given in the description box. And this is where all 5 themes are covered within 700 pages. So with this, I'll hand it over to Sham sir. He will basically take the questions on economy. Thank you. Take care. Bye.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the session where I'll be discussing the questions from Indian economy which have been asked in today's preliminary examination. I'll be discussing around 16 questions. And before I start the discussion, very important pointer. For the first time, I'm pretty sure you might have observed this. For the first time, UPSC has made a change in the pattern of questions which are being asked in Indian economy. That is, the questions on calculation were asked in the paper one, that is GS paper. This has not happened. The last 1 decade, this has never happened. Where numbers are given, calculations have been asked. But having said so, you should also take a solace in the fact that the questions which were asked were not very difficult. We'll solve that. These are not very difficult. That is the calculation question. Second point, there are certain questions which have been repeated, and as usual, the questions on important areas that I kept on telling the students, that is, there will be a guaranteed question on Reserve Bank of India. Questions have come. And one more surprising factor is multiple questions have been asked from the area of budgeting. That is one more special outcome, or let's say special feature, that you can attribute to the preliminary examination. Let me start with question number 31. With reference to investments, consider following: bonds, hedge funds, stocks, venture capital. How many of the above are treated as alternative investment funds? Now, whenever you come across the concept of AIF under the model of financial market, you would have come across the alternative investment funds. Why these are referred to as alternative investment funds? The name itself suggests that compared to the traditional models of investment, traditionally we invest in shares, that is in the equity market. Traditionally, we have been investing in bonds. Now, compared to the traditional instrument, now there are new instruments which have been introduced in the market. Generally, these right are referred to as, one group is referred to as alternate investment funds. So, bonds, it is traditional. The stocks or the shares or the equity is a traditional. Hedge fund as well as a venture capital. These are the new types of investment models which are present, which are categorized under AIF. So 2 and 4, these two are correct. Right option for question number 31 will be option B. Let me go forward now. Question number 32. Which of the following are the sources of income for the Reserve Bank of India? In the last one and a half year, there has been one point of discussion. The point of discussion has been the transfer of surplus from Reserve Bank of India to Government of India. Transfer of surplus. Last year also, the transfer of surplus was done by RBI. This year also, hardly a day ago, Reserve Bank of India announced a transfer of surplus. And in both of these years, the focus has been record transfer of surplus. But when you read about surplus, essentially you also talk about what are the sources of Reserve Bank of India generating revenue. How does the RBI earn money? Where does RBI spend money? And because the earning is higher compared to the expenditure, and because RBI is not a company, it's not a commercial entity, we simply use the term surplus there. And part of the surplus, we give it to Government of India. But the question is not on surplus, but the question is on income sources of Reserve Bank of India. Let's look at each one of them. Buying and selling government bonds. Can this be a source of income for RBI? So just think of it. RBI will buy a bond, let's say at 80 rupees, sell it at 100 rupees. Can this be a source of revenue or the income for RBI? Yes. Buying and selling foreign currency. You can basically equate this to RBI participating in the forex market to stabilize rupee value, which RBI has done to a very great extent in the last 1 year. So when RBI will purchase the currencies at a lower value, sell it at a higher value, can that be a source of income for RBI? Yes. Pension fund management and lending to private sector companies. Whenever you read about RBI, listen about RBI, one factor that would have been continuously mentioned to you is RBI doesn't deal with companies directly. RBI never gives a loan to a company. RBI never collects a deposit directly from a company. RBI will deal with banks or NBFs and NBFCs, and these banks and NBFCs in turn will deal with other participants in the market. So obviously, the third and fourth, and RBI is not involved in the pension fund management. It is never involved. For that, we have different boards for that. Right? So third and fourth incorrect. Fifth one, printing and distribution of currency notes. If RBI will print, let's say, a currency note and it will involve, which will involve a cost of, let's say, 10 rupees, and will issue this currency note in the market whose denomination is 100 rupees, the difference between that is called as seigniorage. And this seigniorage is essentially counted as a part of revenue, income for Reserve Bank of India. So 1 is correct, 2 is correct, 5 is correct. Right option for this particular question number 32 will be option D. Let me go forward now. Question number 34. Consider the following statements. RBI mandates all the listed companies in India to submit business responsibility and sustainability report. In the last 1 year, there has been one area of discussion. I had given the notes when I took, let's say, the Conquer prelims. Detailed notes were provided. And one of the areas of notes was essentially BRSR. The connection to the question is, in the last 1 year, there has been a discussion called as ESG, environmental, social, and governance. And those particular companies, especially the top 1,000 companies which are listed in India, have been directed by the SEBI, which is the market regulator. It has been directed by SEBI to simply submit certain documentation based on which index or the ranking or certain information will be provided, which is essentially called as a BRSR framework, Business Responsibility and Sustainability Report. And because this is, again, even if you have not read, because it is associated with the listed companies, who should be the regulator for listed companies? Should it be RBI? Should it be SEBI? And moreover, companies. Should it be RBI? Should it be SEBI? Right. So, first statement incorrect because it has been mandated by SEBI, not by RBI. Second, in India, companies submitting the BRSR makes disclosures in the report that are largely non-financial in nature. What do you mean by non-financial here? How much is right? Let's say the measures or what kind of reforms or the measures which have been undertaken by these particular companies under environmental, social, and governance framework, the ESG framework. These disclosures are supposed to be provided or the submitted by these companies to SEBI. So this is not a financial disclosure, it is associated with a non-financial disclosures. Second statement is true. Question number 34. Right option will be option B. Question number 35 now. Consider the following statements. Statement 1. In India, income from allied agriculture activities like poultry farming and wool rearing in rural areas is exempted from tax. This particular question, I feel it is a difficult question. A lot of you either might have skipped it or would have made a mistake because you are focused only on agriculture activities. I feel this is a difficult question because you're not expected to read everything and anything that is covered under the Income Tax Act. You're not expected to. But at the same point of time, you must also realize UPSC purposely will throw in these kind of questions which are very difficult out of all the material that you might have read from certain remote area. Remote area that will be asked. So consider the following statements. In India, income from allied agriculture activities like poultry farming and wool rearing in rural areas is exempted from any tax. This statement is incorrect. Question number 35, statement is incorrect. In India, rural agriculture land is not considered a capital asset under the provisions of Income Tax Act of 1961. Right? I hope you understand this. It is not considered as a capital asset under, right? Let's say the capital asset under the Income Tax Act. Again, difficult statement because the UPSC is expecting you to have read what is considered under capital asset, short term, long term, all the classes of asset, etc. etc. This is a very difficult statement, very difficult question overall. But the statement is correct. So, first statement is incorrect. Second one is correct. Right? Essentially, the right answer for this would be option D. But statement 2 is correct and statement 1 is incorrect. Question number 37. Consider the following statements. Statement 1. As a regards returns from an investment in a company generally, the bondholders are considered to be relatively at a lower risk than the stockholders. Let me explain all the three statements here. Bondholders are lenders to a company, whereas stockholders are the owners. The statement 2 is a straightforward, a correct statement. Because the argument is there are two markets, a capital market and a money market. Within the capital market, further there is a division, a debt market and an equity market. In case of equity market, the shares are issued, the investors will get the ownership in a company. That's the reason it is called as an equity. And on the other side, the investors will invest, get the bonds, but these bonds will basically give them or guarantee them returns in the future, but not ownership. That is, the company will be in a debt. Company has a liability to repay. So that is a debt, and the other one is the equity. So have a look at this. Bondholders are lenders. Yes. Whereas stockholders are owners. Statement 2 is correct. The statement 3, for repayment purposes, the bondholders are prioritized over stockholders by a company. Now, what is the meaning here? If a company has to basically, right, let's say liquidate, the company has to be shut down. In case of, let's say, liquidation of a company, who will be paid? Who will be given the first preference amongst, right, let's say the bondholders and the shareholders will be given the first preference. Obviously, the lenders are given the first preference. Very simple. The lenders are given the first preference, and the other one, shareholders, are the owners. This is a very famous statement. If you are a shareholder, you are a owner. If the company earns profit, you get part of the profit. If the company incurs losses, you are basically the bearing the burden of losses because you are the owner. So shareholders are owners. They are given less priority compared to the bondholders. So priority is given to the lenders who are the bondholders, then the priority is given to shareholders. Now look at the statement 1. As regards returns from an investment in a company, generally the bondholders are considered to be relatively at a lower risk than the stockholders. This statement is also correct. Reason being, if you purchase a bond, the company guarantees payment. The company guarantees the payment, that is, the coupon amount or the interest amount is guaranteed by the company, irrespective of whether the company earns a profit or a loss. So, statement 1 is correct, 2 is correct, and 3 is correct. Now, how do you choose the option? Look at this option 1. Both statement 2 and 3 are correct, and both of them explain statement 1. Both of them are explaining the statement 1. That is essentially, it's like a heading is given, and below that, two more statements are provided. And if you read the second and third statement, you are able to understand the first statement, which is absolutely correct. Question number 37, option A is the right one. Question number 38. India accounts for a very large portion of all equity option contracts traded globally, thus exhibiting a great boom. Now, before I solve the question, is this question easy, difficult, or let's say one of the question that you need to skip? I would basically put this in the category. I would put this in a category where you might have to skip this question. One of the statement is easy. What is the statement which is very easy? The third statement. Please look at the third statement. 1 and 2 very difficult, but look at the third statement. There is no regulatory body either to warn the small investors about the risk of options trading or to act on unregistered financial advisors in this regard. Now, you tell me, in the last, let's say, 4 to 5 months, have there not been multiple conferences where SEBI chairperson again and again is warning retail investors? Think of it. SEBI chairperson again and again has been warning, let's say, the retail investors. Why? Lot of these retail investors were investing in the market. They were investing in the market, not just any market, but in options, futures and options. So if you start with 1 and 2, you may have to skip the question, or you may have to, right, basically round up something which is wrong. But if you start with a third statement, you will realize that this statement is incorrect. Why? There is a regulatory authority by the name of SEBI, Securities Exchange Board of India. So third statement is incorrect. Can you use elimination method here? Yes. Use elimination method. You will get the right option. You will get the right option. Done? Right. So right option for this particular question is option A. And by the way, although first and second statements are difficult, the statements are true. In the last 1 year, the market capitalization of India as a market has increased. It has ballooned. It has ballooned to a very great extent. It has overtaken multiple countries. It is one of the largest economies with the market capitalization. And on the other side, India accounts for a very large portion of all equity option contracts. Yes, in recent times. Yes, this is correct. Okay, this is correct. So if you have read the current affairs to a very great extent, because normally you do not come across these statements. And I know a lot of you read Hindu newspaper. You will stick to only Hindu newspaper. Lot of this information would not be there in Hindu newspaper. But anyways, using the elimination method, you could have got the answer. Okay. So question number 38, right option is option A. Let me go to question number 14 now. Consider the following statements. Capital receipts create a liability or cause a reduction in the assets of the government. Let me start the explanation here. Whenever you read about budget, this was discussed multiple times by me, even in the marathon session. In the budget, you will see that the budget accounts are divided into two parts. One is the revenue account, and the second one is the capital account. And you will realize that when you talk about capital receipts, right, that is a capital expenditure and capital receipts. If you have seen my marathon session, I had given very simple key here. Very simple key. What was the key? Start with capital expenditure. Imagine you are investing in the road. With that, assets will increase. And if the assets are increasing, liability will decrease. Please remember this. And whatever you have written this side, under the receipt side, you write exactly opposite. You write exactly opposite. Right? So this is essentially the key that I had given in my discussion in the classroom or even in the marathon session, etc. Now let's get back here. Capital receipts create a liability or cause a reduction in the assets of the government. Now tell me, is the statement true? Look at this. Is the statement true? Capital receipts reduce assets, increase liabilities, create a liability or reduce the asset. Yes. First statement is correct. Second question, second statement. Borrowings and disinvestments are capital receipts. Capital receipts. Yes. Under the capital receipts, you will further divide the capital receipts. You will divide the capital receipts. You will basically keep recovery of loans from the state governments, this investment, as well as the borrowings under the capital receipts. And the second statement is a straightforward. Borrowings and disinvestment are capital receipts. Yes. Interest received on the loans create a liability. There itself, we can simply say no. Reason being, you have given a loan and you earn interest. Does you receiving interest, does it create a liability? Liability means you will have to repay this. No, interest is not repaid. Interest is, right, one-sided income. Third statement incorrect. So 1 and 2 are correct. Right option for the question will be option A. 1 and 2 are only correct. Now let me go to question number 50. Scheme-based question. Consider the following statements about Rashtriya Gokul Mission. Straightforward. No conceptual discussion there. If you know, you know. Otherwise, you don't know. That is the kind of question which was asked regarding schemes. And by the way, I don't know how many of you have observed this. Compared to last year, this year, the number of questions which have been asked on the schemes has come down to a very great extent. It has come down to a very great extent. So these statements, it is important for the upliftment for the rural poor, as majority of low producing indigenous animals are with the small and marginal farmers and landless laborers. The statements or the objectives which were given for the Rashtriya Gokul Mission, RGM, all of these were actually mentioned. And again, I'm saying straightforward, nothing conceptual here, simply factual statements. It was initiated to promote indigenous cattle and buffalo rearing and conservation and in a holistic manner. Yes, this is also one of the objectives of the Gokul mission. Both the statements are true. Right option is option C. Both the statements are correct. Question number 62 now. Right, one statement from economy, another two statements or remaining two from directly current affairs. Indian Railways has prepared a national rail plan to create future ready system by 2028. The government of India, a couple of years ago, announced a policy, the National Rail Mission 2030. National Rail Mission 2030. Under the National Rail Mission, Government of India had multiple objectives. For example, the government said, we want to increase the usage of railways for freight transportation. Right now, it was, when the policy was announced, it was around 27%. The government of India wanted to increase it to around 45%. They wanted to invest a lot of money, develop infrastructure so that as the demand keeps on increasing, right, essentially you will have sufficient infrastructure to take care of the rising demand. But the policy was essentially to be implemented till 2030. Now look at the statement here. The UPSC statement simply says till 2028. First one, incorrect. Second one, Kavach is an automatic train protection system developed in collaboration with Germany. I'm pretty sure in the last 1 year, you must have come across the term Kavach multiple times. And every time you have come across that, either in our CNA discussion or in the newspaper, when you read these articles, they will not forget to mention one point, that the Kavach is indigenously developed. Correct? All of you have read the statement in the newspaper, everywhere that you have read about Kavach. It is indigenously developed. So, second statement is incorrect, not in collaboration with Germany. Third one, Kavach system consists of RFID tags fitted on track in station section. I distinctly remember during one of the CNA discussions, that is the Hindu News Analysis discussion, there was an article text and context page. In the article text and context page, there was a detailed discussion which was provided regarding Kavach system in India. And all of this information, that is how Kavach, right, let's say system works, what kind of messaging we are using, what kind of tagging, what kind of technology, etc. All of that was mentioned. We have discussed that as well. Right. So third statement is correct. But you need to find how many of the above statements are not correct. Right. So first and second are incorrect. Right option for question number 62 will be option A. 62 option A is the right one. Let me go to question number 71 now. 71 and the next question. Very interesting questions. Suppose the revenue expenditure is 80,000 crores. The revenue receipts of the government are 60,000 crores. The government budget also shows borrowings of 10,000 crores and interest payments of 60,000 crores. Which of the following statements are correct? I hope you understand. During the discussion, I'm pretty sure whether you've attended the marathon, you have done the self study, doesn't matter. You would have come across these formulas. You would have come across these formulas. That is for revenue deficit, effective revenue deficit, primary deficit, fiscal deficit, right? A budget deficit, although we don't use it today, but anyways, and monetized deficit. Now the question is on revenue deficit, fiscal deficit, and primary deficit. What is the fiscal deficit? Fiscal deficit simply means how much money you borrow. That's it. How much money you borrow from the market is called as fiscal deficit. Right, so have a look at this. The government budget shows a borrowings of 10,000 crore rupees. So fiscal deficit is 10,000 crore. Straightforward. Revenue deficit is 20,000 crore. What is the formula for revenue deficit? The revenue expenditure minus revenue receipts. The revenue expenditure mentioned is 80,000 crores. Revenue receipts mentioned is 60,000 crores. So what is the revenue deficit? 20,000 crores. Straightforward. Third one, the primary deficit is 4,000 crores. How do you calculate a primary deficit? Gross, net, don't worry. Here's straightforward. Primary deficit. Primary deficit is the fiscal deficit minus interest liabilities. Right? The fiscal deficit minus interest liabilities. So how much is right the fiscal deficit here? 10,000 crore rupees. Fiscal deficit is 10,000 crore and interest payment liabilities is 6,000 crores. How much is the primary deficit? 4,000 crore rupees. First one, second one, and the third one, all the three are correct. Right option for question number 71 will be option. Okay, let me go forward. Question number 75, extension of the previous question itself. Country's fiscal deficit stands at 50,000 crores. It is receiving 10,000 crores through non-debt creating capital receipts. Some of you, I'm not saying all of you, some of you would be confused with the second statement itself. The country's interest liabilities are 1,500 crores. Now the question is, what is the primary deficit? They're using the term gross or just normally primary deficit. What is the formula? Same. I hope you understand. Same formula. The primary deficit is equal to the fiscal deficit minus interest liabilities. What is the fiscal deficit? It is 50,000 crore rupees. And how much is the interest liability? 1,500 crore rupees, 1.5 CR. I'm sorry, 1,500 CR. So the amount of primary deficit will be 48,500 rupees, crore rupees. 48,500 crore rupees. So right option for question number 75 will be option A. Question number 76. Which of the following statements with regard to recommendations of 15th Finance Commission of India are correct? I know some of you who have gone through the documents or the notes which have been provided either in the book or the classroom, etc., will be able to answer. But a lot of you who have not read these particular documents, you'll basically say, sir, do I remember all of it? And if you ask me, right, the question is purely, let's say, based on the data. Nothing conceptual, just factual information has been provided. But if you use the elimination method, that is the reason I said in the beginning of the discussion, elimination method has been provided by UPSC now. You should be happy. They should continue this so that at least some of the question you will be able to use the elimination method, easily get the answer. Now you can look at the data and get the answer, but I'll focus on the second statement only. Just focus on the second statement because I know whether you have read completely regarding 15th FC, 16th FC, 14th FC, doesn't matter. You will remember one point of data, that is in the 14th FC, the recommendation was 42% of the central divisible pool. But the 15th FC adjusted this to 41%. That's it. Only one data point. Right? They adjusted this to 41%. Now look at the second statement. The second statement simply says 45% of the net proceeds of the union taxes are to be shared with the states. This statement is incorrect. This statement is incorrect. Why? 41%, not 45%. So, as a result of this, what will happen? Right? If you use the elimination method, wherever 2 is there, I will simply eliminate 2. I'll simply eliminate 2, right? And I'll be left out with option number C, 1, 3, and 4. It has recommended grants of 4.8 thousand crores from 2022-23 to 25 and 26 for incentivizing the states for educational outcomes. 45,000 crores are to be kept as a performance-based incentive. It has reintroduced the tax effort criteria. That is, if you look at the horizontal devolution formula. Within the horizontal devolution formula, the tax effort as a parameter was reintroduced by the 15th. Right? But anyways, you could have used the elimination method, got the answer. Question number 76, option C is the right one. Question number 78. Consider the following statements in respect of RTGS and NEFT. First one, in RTGS, the settlement time is instantaneous. Basically, expand the RTGS, real time. Real time. Why it is called as real time? The moment you transfer the funds using RTGS, within couple of minutes, the recipient will get the money. That's the reason this is called as real time gross settlement. Yes, first part is correct. Whereas in case of NEFT, it takes a certain time to settle. Reason being, in NEFT, generally these are cleared in batches. The amount is cleared in terms of batches. Right? So first statement, correct. RTGS, the customer is charged for inward transactions. Inward transaction means, imagine I'll make an RTGS to you. I'll transfer certain amount of lakhs of rupees to you. Will you be charged for receiving the money? Answer is no. I will be charged for sending money. You will not be charged for receiving money. So second statement is operating hours for RTGS are restricted on certain days, while this is not true for NEET. If you go to RBI website, the RBI website clearly says RTGS is available 24 bar 7 bar 365. Earlier there were restrictions. Right now, RBI from 2020 has announced that right? So by 20, it will be available 24 bar 7 bar 306. Okay, done. So the third statement is incorrect. There are no restrictions based on the data given by RPI. So first one is correct. Question number 78, option A is the right option. Question number 80. Consider the following statements about PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana. Either you know the answer or you don't know the answer, because the statements which have been provided are simply factual in nature. That is, whatever data was provided in the newspapers based on the publication by Government of India from the PIB. All of that particular data has been utilized by UPSC to prepare a question here. Now, let's start. It targets installation of 1 crore solar rooftop panels. Yes, straightforward. It targets 1 crore installations. Yes, according to the data which has been provided, the amount will be basically 1 crore solar model panels will be installed in these particular houses. Yes, 1 crore is the target. Ministry of MNRE aims to impart training and installation, operation, maintenance. Yes, this is also correct. They want to create certain number of jobs because of this initiative. They also want to provide upskilling, reskilling for certain people so that they will get better opportunities with implementation of this job, with this kind of a scheme. So all the three statements are true. Right option for question number 80 will be option D. Before I go forward, again I reiterate this particular point. Two schemes have been asked compared to earlier year, much lesser schemes. Both of the schemes straightforward. Whatever data has been published by Government of India, they have taken from those objectives, given it in the form of a question. Okay, question number 87. With reference to India, consider the following pairs. Again, I would simply feel this is a kind of a difficult question. Reason being, you're expecting a UPC aspirant to remember all the departments, all the ministries, all the authorities. That is not possible. Not possible. But anyways, organization and the union ministry, the National Automotive Board comes under Ministry of Heavy Industries. First pair is incorrect. The choir board, right? This comes under the other ministry. The National Center for Trade Information comes under the Ministry of Commerce. Right? So all the three pairs are incorrect. Right? All the three pairs are incorrect. Some of them were there in the newspaper, but again, you are expecting an aspirant to remember all the boards, all the, right, let's say, ministries, all the departments, etc. That is not possible. That's not possible. If I were appearing, I would be skipping this question. Okay, so right option will be option D. None of the pairs are correctly matched. Question number 90. Consider the following activities: production of crude oil, refining, storage, or distribution of petroleum, marketing and sale of petroleum products, production of natural gas. Again, somewhat difficult question. Reason being, you generally don't read, even in the newspapers for that matter, on this authority. The Petroleum Natural Gas Regulatory Board. You don't come across this. Right? You will come across, right, let's say the Department of Petroleum. You will come across, right, let's say the oil marketing companies. You'll come across many different components within the oil segment or the crude segment. But you will not come across Petroleum and Natural Gas Regulatory Board. Difficult question because generally you will not read about it. Anyways, question has been asked. Production of crude oil. This is not done by a regulatory authority. It is not done by a regulatory authority. It will be done by companies. The companies which are foreign companies in India, or private sector domestic companies, or the government owned entities, oil marketing companies. So production is done not done by a regulatory board. Refining, storage, and distribution of petroleum, yes, it is handled by the regulatory board. Marketing, sale of petroleum products, yes, regulated by this particular board. But please understand, again, production of natural gas is not. So one is incorrect, four is incorrect, two and three are correct. Right option for question number 90 will be right. So these are the questions I wanted to discuss with you people from the segment of Indian economy. Those who are preparing for the mains examination, we are going to launch an initiative by the name of Conquer Mains 2025, wherein you will have 50 plus live sessions, 2 hours each, basically taking over 100 hours of current the discussion covering all the areas which are required for mains examination. You'll also be given a special focus on current affairs, where we are going to cover the monthly current affairs so that you are aware of what is happening. You'll also be provided with a descriptive answer writing practice. There will be mentoring sessions by rankers where they are going to basically guide you regarding mains answer writing, and we will also be providing answer evaluation and feedback from subject specific educators. If you're interested, do check out the details by clicking on the link provided in the description below. That's it from my side in this particular session. I will hand over the discussion to Mukesh sir now.
Hello, everyone. Now, let's continue the discussion for the portion of geography and environment. Now, before we initiate the discussion of each of the questions, just to give you a broader oversight regarding what was there in geography and environment this time. In geography, in particular, you would have found that there was again a significant focus paid on the conceptual portion of it. Now, out of the 15 to 16 questions which were asked in geography, if you have managed to cover the portion of the concepts in greater detail, through our sessions or any of the classes, or even if you have got a good conceptual understanding of the NCRTs, you would have been able to solve more than 10 questions easily. Now, that again, for a subject like geography, which is very unpredictable, is a good range and a good ballpark to be in. Few of the questions which were factual, now some of them could be solved by intuition, or few of them were absolutely factual, which even UPSC does not expect you to solve at get go. So while all those of you are analyzing the PYQs or analyzing this question paper for your future preparation, don't get carried away by the factual questions. Take a look at the questions which have attacked the concepts. Now, in the portion of environment, again, this lays into attention what is the strategy to be followed in environment, which we will talk about in the coming days in a much greater detail. We'll bring out a detailed video regarding how to approach geography, how to approach environment. In environment, again, you would find that yes, there were two or three of those factual questions. But again, if you have been regular in our newspaper analysis or even our UCAN sessions for environment ecology, you would have been in a good place and you would have solved those questions. Now, one by one, let us pick up these questions. Let us understand what the answers would be and why the answers would be what they are. Now, the first question of geography, that is question number 13. Now, this is about the, again, associated with current affairs. Various different scientific studies have indicated that there is a slight tilt in the Earth's axis, in the Earth's actual rotation. So, this is a question regarding that. Now, the scientific studies which have been carried out, they indicate that due to climate change, there is increased amount of polar melting. Due to that polar melting, the water tends to flow towards the region of equator, which changes slightly the center of mass. and due to which the Earth's obliquity and the Earth's axial rotation that undergoes a slight shift. So, statement one: scientific studies suggest that a shift is taking place in Earth's rotation and axis. This statement is correct. Statement two: solar flares and associated coronal mass ejections bombarded the Earth's outermost atmosphere with tremendous amount of energy. This is again true. I mean, this has been happening ever since the inception of planet Earth. Then the statement three: as the Earth's polar ice melts, the water tends to move towards the equator. Now, this statement is also correct. Now, all the three statements basically, if you will find that they are correct. But then, statement two in any which way is not related to why the Earth's rotational position is changing, why the axis has been changing, if at all. It is basically because of the melting. Now, what actually happens, something that we have covered in the session in detail as well. Under normal circumstances, you will observe that equatorial region has got a slightly higher level of water because of expansion. Heating creates some amount of expansion, so water in the lower latitude tends to expand ever so slightly. Whereas in the higher latitudes, due to extreme cooling, freezing, etc., that is where the water tends to gain a gradient which is lower in the higher latitude. So the general motion is from the lower to the higher latitude. But then, when we have climate change, due to climate change, there is heating of the region of the poles, due to which there is melting and the temperature tends to increase. So, that means in the polar region, the density of water tends to, right? It tends to expand. Now, when it tends to expand, the movement of water which was happening towards the poles then gets reverted. And that is why you tend to have a movement away from the poles towards the equator. It is basically a slowing down of Atlantic meridional overturning circulation, where it is experienced in greater amount, or in general, the reversal of the thermohaline circulation in certain portions. So here, the third statement does explain the requirement of the first statement, but second statement, even though it is correct, it is not explaining the first statement. The correct answer in this case is going to be B. That is, both 2 and 3 are correct, but only one of them explains statement 1. Right? I hope most of you would have been able to get this correct. Now, yes, we had talked about CMEs and the Papa payload as well. Now, the next question. With reference to planet Earth, consider the following statements. Rainforests produce more oxygen than that produced by the oceans. This is incorrect. Because when we talk about the oceans, oceans have a very large population of algal species that are phytoplanktons. Now, these phytoplanktons end up producing large amount of oxygen. Now, in many of the areas in the oceanic region, you have the aspect of upwelling. Upwelling continues to happen. Now, whenever that upwelling happens, there is always an increase in the population of phytoplanktons, and that would improve or increase the amount of oxygen which is produced. These phytoplanktons we have studied is a part of the marine food chain and hence an important ecosystem in the ocean. So the first statement is incorrect. Now, marine phytoplankton and photosynthetic bacteria produce about 50% of the world's oxygen. This is correct. Overall, the oceans, they are said to be producing close to around more than 50% of the overall atmospheric oxygen. The third, well oxygenated surface water, that is the flowing water, or let's suppose, even if you consider the smaller seas or larger oceans, the surface water where there is a movement. Now, well oxygenated surface water contains several folds higher oxygen than that in atmospheric air. This is incorrect, because even when we talk about the production of oxygen, it is something which is in the entirety of the ecosystem of the ocean, not restricted to the surface. So this is again something which is associated with the structure of the layer of the atmosphere. You can consider it under the portion of environment as well. So here you will observe that the correct answer in this case is going to be B, that is 2 only. Now, after this, a map based question, but simple question for that matter. If we simply knew the number of or the countries in South America, we would have been able to solve that. So consider the following countries: Bolivia, Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador, Paraguay, and Venezuela. Again, something that we have covered in our earlier session of places in news. Now, you have to find out that in how many of these countries do you have the presence of the Andes, which are the Andean nations out here. Now, amongst the countries which are listed, almost all of them have the presence of Andes, other than the region of Brazil and Paraguay. They don't have the presence of Andes, right? So, if you observe the presence of Andes, it is extending right from here all the way. So, Paraguay is not considered an Andean nation, and neither is Brazil. So, in this case, the correct answer is going to be C, that is 4. All the rest of them will be correct. Okay? Now, after this, consider the following water bodies. Now, this is what I call an absolute factual question. If you haven't managed to get this question correct, or if you have not attempted the question, fair play. Please do not end up chasing these kind of questions. This is a randomized question where you would have covered Lake Tanganyika in our various sessions, but the other two lakes which are given, they are not very major lakes, but are lakes nonetheless. So, for example, here the question is, out of these three lakes, through how many of them does the equator pass? Right. So ideally expected not to attempt this. Lake Tanganyika, does equator pass through the Lake Tanganyika? Absolutely not. It is slightly lower, around 6 degrees south. You will find the presence of Lake Tanganyika. Victoria is the lake through which you have the equator passing through. Then Lake Tonle Sap. Now, this is present in Cambodia, again, does not lie in equator, and Patos Lagoon, slightly above the region of Rio de la Plata. This is present in the region of Brazil, again to the south of equator. So here the correct answer is going to be D. That is, through none of them do you find the equator to be passing through. But again, very factual question. So one be left for UPSC. Now, next question. Consider the following statements about turmeric during the year 22-23. Now, this is about agricultural productivity. Now, when we talk about turmeric, that was in news last year owing to the price fluctuations which were experienced, and also due to the unseasonal rains, there was some damage to the turmeric crop as well. You had a detailed article in Down to Earth magazine also. But nonetheless, India is the largest producer and exporter of turmeric in the world. Correct. Right. Look at the global cuisines. That also gives you an idea that India is one of those regions, geographical regions, where turmeric is grown, and it is also one of the major exporters. More than 30 varieties of turmeric are grown in India, correct? Then Maharashtra, Telangana, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, that is a peninsular India, that is ideal for the growth and the cultivation of turmeric. This is also the statement which is correct. So the correct answer in this case is going to be D, that is 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Now, yes, turmeric board was also in use. Correct. Now, which of the following are the evidences of the phenomena of continental drift? I expect all of you would have got this answer correct. So basically, what are the evidences presented by Alfred Wagner to indicate that continental drift did happen? Belt of ancient rocks from Brazil coast matches with those of West Africa. Now, this is a correct statement because one of the evidences of the continental drift theory is the similarity of the geographical structures, geological structures across various continents. So, here, presence of similar mountain ranges, remember, in Appalachians and Scottish Highlands, and then basically geological rocks in Western Africa and South America. They are absolutely similar. So, here, the first statement is correct. Second statement, gold deposits of Ghana are derived from the Brazil plateau when the two continents lay side by side. Now, the gold deposits in Ghana, they are basically a part of placer deposit, right? So they need a source rock. Placer deposits basically are the deposits carried, created, or the deposits dumped in a particular region where, let's suppose, a river has carried an insoluble material and deposited it somewhere else. The portion from where the river is bringing down those particular deposits, those are known as the source rock. So, for the gold deposits in West Africa, large placer deposits of gold, source rock is in the region of the Brazilian highlands. So, when they would be side by side, that is again a correct statement. So, second statement is also correct in this case. The third statement, Gondwana system of sediments from India is known to have its counterparts in 6 different land masses of the land masses as the terminology is. So here, the deposits that you have, sedimentary tellite deposits in particular, the glacial evidence that we have to be found in India, to be found in the region of Australia, Antarctica, Madagascar, Africa, South America. That makes up 6 different land masses. So that again is an indicator of the fact that all the continents would have been one and they have literally, right? So three statements, all of them are basically correct. The correct answer is C. This is an easy question, but after a long period of time, UPSC has turned towards continental drift theory again. So I hope it has not caught anyone by surprise because the question, the level of the question is easy. As I always say, that in the case of geomorphology and oceanography, UPSC has got very limited space to indicate its creativity. It is in climatology where UPSC can get creative. So here again, you found a direct question being asked. Now, then, consider the following statements. This is about climatology. Statement 1, the amount of dust particles in the atmosphere is more in the subtropical and temperate regions as compared to the equatorial and the polar region. Dust particles. Where will you find dust particles? You will find dust particles in the region where the conditions are dry. In the regions where rainfall is happening, you will never find dust particles where the region and the conditions are very and absolutely dry. So when the conditions are dry means what? The region is not receiving rainfall, isn't it? Now, if you compare, let's suppose the region of equator to the region of subtropics, which would receive rainfall. Let's suppose if you consider equator and if you consider subtropics. So subtropics will not receive rainfall. Why? You have sinking air column. Sinking air column means what? Dry conditions, high pressure, lack of rainfall. Equator, you have rising air column. Every day, evenings and afternoons, you have cumulonimbus clouds leading to high amount of convectional rainfall. So in equatorial region, the dust particle quantity will be less, but in subtropics, the quantity of dust particles will be high. So the first statement is correct. Then, after that, the second statement, subtropical and temperate areas have less dry wind because subtropical, lack of rainfall, dry winds will be present. Okay. So in this case, statement 2 is incorrect. Statement 1 is correct. Right. So in this particular case, the correct answer is going to be, that is basically 1 is correct, but 2 is in. Okay. I hope again, most of you would have done that correct. Now, a question which UPSC has been focusing upon, an issue which UPSC has been focusing upon for the previous 2 years now, that same issue and the same concept was repeated again. That is why when you take a look at the PYQs, take a look at the previous year concepts also. So it is about the isotherms and how do they bend. So basically, statement 1, in January in the northern hemisphere, the isotherms bend equatorward while crossing the land masses, and they bend poleward while crossing the oceans. Right. Now, basically, if you take a look at the isotherms, so they bend polewards as they move from continent to ocean. Why? Because in oceans at the same latitude, you experience a warmer temperature, 0 degrees Celsius here, but at the same latitude over the continents, you experience very low temperature around minus 25 degrees Celsius. That is why you will observe this, that there is a case where they will bend polewards, right? And they will bend equatorwards as they come over to the continent. Yes. Again, something, yes, Manisha. We discussed in the revision of Conquer Prelims also and other than the class also. Yes. In the marathon session, I hope you would have covered this as well. So here, the first statement is correct. Second statement, in January, air over the oceans is warmer than that over the land masses in the northern hemisphere. Correct. Right? Why? Because the rate of heating of land and water is different. Land gains heat much quicker, but loses heat very fast as well. Whereas water gains heat slowly, loses heat slowly as well. This has got an implication on the daily temperature. During daytime, land is hotter. During nighttime, land is colder. But in the seasonal variation during winter, you will observe the land is colder, water is warmer, and air in contact with the land will also be colder. Air in contact over the oceans is going to be warm. So, statement 2 is also correct. This is one of the reasons why the isotherms indicate the bend that they do, right? So, here, which one of the following statements are correct? So, in this case, both statement 1 and 2 are correct, and statement 2 explains the statement 1 and the reason for statement 1. Okay? Now, after this, the next question. In the context of the effect of water on rocks, chalk, made out of limestone, is a very permeable rock, whereas clay is known as quite an impermeable or less permeable. Permeable means what? Allows the water to pass through. And porous means what? Has the ability to allow holding of water. So that is what UPSC has played with, porosity and permeability. Now, in the context of effect of water on rocks, chalk is known as very permeable, whereas clay is known as quite an impermeable or least permeable rock. True, because even when you take a look at the underground aquifers, many of the underground aquifers are trapped within those clay, right? So the clay deposits which are there. So this is correct. Then the second statement, basically, chalk is porous and hence can absorb water, right? Now, this is again correct. Clay is not at all porous. This is incorrect. Clay is porous. So, here the third statement is incorrect, and the first two statements overall, you will find them to be correct. So, the correct answer is C. Only one of the statements 2 and 3 is correct, and that explains statement 1. Okay? Now, consider the following statements. Without the atmosphere, the temperature would be well below freezing point everywhere on the Earth. Now, is that statement correct if you apply your logic? Here, the catch is everywhere. If you remove everywhere, the statement is correct. Average annual temperature will be around minus 18 to minus 19 degrees Celsius. But that is not what the question is. Question is everywhere it will be below freezing point. No. The portion which is exposed to the sun, that will have very high temperature even though temporarily. And then the portion which goes behind the sun, much below the freezing point. So average daily temperature below freezing point. Average annual temperature below freezing point. Average is not mentioned. So that is why the first state, right? Now, then yes, again, this was discussed in the session itself when we discussed about the impact of the greenhouse effect, where we discussed that how the greenhouse effect maintains the temperature of the planet. So, greenhouse effect is not detrimental; it is basically beneficial, retains the heat, allows for the maintenance of temperature even during nighttime. Now, heat absorbed and trapped by atmosphere maintains our planet's average temperature. This is correct. Atmosphere's gases like carbon dioxide are particularly good in absorbing or trapping radiation. Again, correct. Carbon dioxide is not a pollutant, it is a greenhouse gas which absorbs that temperature. So, in this particular case, the answer is going to be D, that is 2 and 3. Okay. Now, next question. Consider the following statements. It is about ethanol. Now, of the two major ethanol producers in the world, Brazil and the USA, the former, that is Brazil, produces more ethanol than the latter. This is in USA is one of the largest producers of ethanol in the world, right? More than Brazil is. So the first statement in itself is incorrect. Now, if you know that the first statement is incorrect, then automatically the answer is the one option. That is D. Okay. So D is basically the correct answer in this. One is incorrect. Statement two, however, is correct that in US, the ethanol is not produced from sugarcane. Ethanol is produced from corn and the byproducts of corn. Whereas in Brazil, you will find that it is the sugarcane, just like in India. In India, also, we produce ethanol primarily from sugarcane. Same is the case with Brazil as well. Okay. Now, then the World Bank Now, this is again a question which can be taken for, let's suppose, environment ecology as well. There it was in news. We had discussed in the class multiple times as well. Now, listen to this question carefully. The World Bank warned that India could become one of the first places where wet bulb temperature routinely exceeds 35 degrees Celsius. This is the statement. What follows is a question, but the statement ends at 35 degrees Celsius. What is this wet bulb temperature? So we know that on any particular surface, let's suppose, the temperature experienced, let's suppose, is 40 degrees Celsius. Let's assume. But you will not necessarily feel that 40 degrees Celsius because whatever water is there, that will evaporate. And evaporation of water, that brings about cooling. So after that evaporation, once the cooling has happened, after that, what is the temperature? That is known as wet bulb temperature. So if the wet bulb temperature routinely exceeds 35 degrees Celsius, that means the actual temperature on the land would well be above 38, 39 degrees Celsius, depending upon the humidity and the relative humidity of that particular area. Now let us take a look at the question. What was the question asking you? Which of the following statements best reflects the implication? What will be the impact if the temperature is this high of the above said report? Peninsular India will most likely suffer from flooding, tropical cyclones, and drought. Correct? Because higher temperature will lead to the shift in the monsoonal trough as well, will lead to the shift of basically the cyclonic low pressure and the ITCZ over the Bay of Bengal and Arabian Sea as well. So it will lead to increased frequency of these events. The survival of animals, including humans, will be affected as shedding of their body heat through perspiration becomes difficult. In general, due to higher temperature, the biodiversity is impacted. So that is again basically correct. Right. Through perspiration rather. So that is basically correct. So in this particular case, the answer is going to be C, both 1 and okay. I hope this is again something that you would have marked correct. Now, then consider the following countries. Now, this is again one of those factual questions which you are expected to basically leave if you don't know. United Kingdom, Denmark, New Zealand, Australia, Brazil. How many of the above countries have more than 4 time zones? Now, if you know it, you know it. If you have ratified that list, fair enough. Otherwise, no guilt in leaving these kind of questions. Now, if you take a look at it, UK has basically got close to around 10 time zones. When we talk about Denmark, around 5. New Zealand, around 3. Australia, around 8. And Brazil has got around 4. Okay. It is asking how many of them have more than 4. So 3 of them will fit the bill. Okay. So the correct answer in this case is going to be C. That is C. Okay. Now, then a conceptual question about international date line. A simple conceptual question. That is, Anadir in Siberia and Nome in Alaska are a few kilometers from each other. But when people are waking up and getting set for breakfast in these different days, this is simply asking you that eastern part of Russia or Siberia and Alaska, they follow different time zones, right? Or different dates because they lie on either side of the date line. So Alaska is lagging behind. Whereas in the case of Eastern Russia, you will experience a day which is ahead. So the first statement is correct. Second statement, when it is Monday in Anadir, that is in Siberia, when it is Monday, it is Tuesday in No. No. If it is Monday in Siberia, means the new day has come, whereas Alaska is still experiencing the previous day, right? So it should be basically Sunday in No, not Tuesday. So here this is correct. So the correct answer in this case is basically that is one only. Now, please, the comment by deductivist. Please understand in this answer or in this question, There was no need to know where Anadir is. There was no need to know where Nome is. This is just to divert your attention. If you are feeling that I did not know the location of Anadir and hence I did not solve this question, that is incorrect, or that is a wrong approach. If you know where Siberia is, if you know where Alaska is, and if you know that the international date line passes through the center of it, that is more than sufficient to solve this question. UPSC does not expect you to know the location of Anadir or Nome. It is not a map based question, it is a simple logic based question regarding the international date line. What happens when you cross the international date line from east to west or from west to east? Again, basic NCRT question. Yes, it is a kind of, just think about it like a made up name. Yes, absolutely. Yes. Second statement is basically that when it is Monday in Anadir, now at that point of time, will there be Tuesday? That is, would the date have already advanced in Alaska? No, Alaska would be one day behind, right? So here we have talked about it with the help of example also, that in Alaska, if it is 14th of April, Siberia would be 15th of April. So Siberia is one day ahead of Alaska. So if it is Monday in Anadir, at that point of time, Alaska should be one day behind. That is basically Sunday, not Tuesday. That is why the second statement is incorrect. Now consider the following pairs. Now, in this, the country and the resource rich region. So, Botswana, very large diamond mines were in news last year, correct? Chile, lithium, part of the ABC lithium triangle, which is there, Argentina, Bolivia, and Chile. This is correct. Indonesia also has got one of the largest nickel reserves in the world. So, this is also correct. So, how many of them are correctly matched? The answer is C. That is, all of them are correctly matched here. Okay. Now, reconsider second statement. My dear, it is not for me to reconsider. The answer, the second statement in the previous question was incorrect, and I've told you the reason why. Right? Now, when we move from west to east of what? West to east of the international date line. Right? So you gain a day. That means when you gain a day, what do you do in your calendar? You subtract, isn't it? Mohammed Zayed. So you subtract. So if it is Monday in Siberia, you cross from west to east, you will subtract. That is, it will be Sunday, right? Not Tuesday. That is why the second statement is incorrect. Okay. Now, this is regarding the region and the country where it is situated. Now you have Mallorca. Mallorca is a part in the Balearic Island. Now this is under the sovereignty of Spain, right? So Spain is the one where this is situated. Normandy, Normandy, you would know from World War II. Now this is situated in France. So it is incorrectly matched again. And Sardinia. Sardinia is present near the Sicilian coastline of the Italian peninsula. So this is also incorrect rematch. There you have the very famous sardines, the fishes, they are present. So that is the region of Sardinia. So how many of the above rows the given information is correctly matched? The answer is none of the above. Okay. So I hope geography overall would be doable. And if you have attended the sessions or if you have just been dedicated enough in the portion of NCRT, you would have had a good time, barring 2 to 3 factual questions. And those 2 to 3 factual questions, even UPSC doesn't expect you to solve. I'm expecting most of you, if you have been serious, if you have been regular, even in our marathon sessions, you would have basically managed to do easily 11 to 12 questions out of the portion of geography, which is a good chunk, right? Now, having said that, before we move into the portion of environment and ecology, now here, if you take a look at it, we have realized that there is a large amount of importance of building your foundation, building your concepts. And for that, we have the GS Foundation batch. Now, this batch will be offered at 19,999 plus 12 months free extension. Use the code IES English, get additional discounts, and the top educators in English medium will be there to guide you, will be there to mentor you. So join this batch and attend the sessions, get your concepts as clear as they can be. Because as you can see with the questions as well, if your concepts are clear, you would not have faced any problem. If you would have been chasing facts, as many of the people around in the market would guide you to, right? Rectification technique, if you would have followed, you would have found this paper difficult. So that is why do take this course and do increase your chances for the next year, if not this year. Now we come to the course portion of environment ecology. Environment ecology, as has always been the case, is the one where your understanding of the static plus your current affairs complete the bill. Now, this year it was slightly unique in the sense you did not have any questions from national parks and sanctuaries, or for that matter, tiger reserves and so on. So, again, that signifies or cements the fact that you don't need to ratify national parks and sanctuaries. You don't need to ratify the biosphere and the tiger reserves out there. Only take a look at the places in use, the species in use. And again, all those animal behaviors, etc., that UPSC was veering into, it has refrained from that. Current affairs and basic questions, right? So, few of the questions were factual, which could be ignored. Around 10 to 11 questions could be solved here also. So, let us start with the question. So, here, the 11th question basically, studies indicate that carbon dioxide emissions from cement industry account for more than 5% of global carbon emission. This is correct. Cement industry, if you recall our discussion on the carbon border adjustment mechanism, the EU, the border tax which EU was implementing for all the goods made out of non-EU nations, which are carbon intensive industries. Cement, along with iron and steel and fertilizer, was one of those major carbon intensive industries. So cement industry is one of those major emitters out there. Then, after that, basically, silica bearing clay is mixed with limestone while manufacturing cement. Now, in this is correct, and in this process, it produces CO as well as releases carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. This is also correct. Then, in the manufacturing process of cement, limestone is converted into lime, that is CaO, during clinker production for cement manufacturing. This also, in its process, produces CO2. So, again, if you knew the process, fair enough. Did not, by some assumption, you could get it correct, but you could have also left this. So here, 2 and 3, both of them produce CO2, and that is why cement industry is one of the most carbon intensive. Yes, Manikant, we had discussed this as well. So here, statement 2 and 3 are correct, and both of them explain statement 1. Okay? Yes, Manisha. Perfect. Now, clinker means small nodules which are there. Now, consider the following statement. This was about Conference of Parties number 28, not the Baku one, the previous one, the one which was held in Dubai, UAE. Now, COP28, UNCCC, India refrained from signing the Declaration on Climate and Health. That is correct. India, US, they refrained from signing the Declaration on Climate and Health. Now, first statement is correct. Now, the COP28 Declaration on Climate and Health is a binding declaration. Can a declaration on in climate change, you have a conference and a convention of climate change, there's a declaration on health. Can that ever be binding in its nature? Never. Many of the conventions in themselves are not binding. So, if you consider that a declaration in that convention is binding, it can never be the case, right? So, the second statement is in, right? Third statement, if India's health sector is decarbonized, the resilience of the healthcare system may be compromised. This is correct because you see, when you go for decarbonization, there is an impact in tropical regions like India where the cooling requirements are very, very high. So, as a consequence, when we have to carry out the vaccines, medicines, etc., to be stored at low temperature, decarbonization can lead to immediate impact in the semi urban and rural areas. So, India's healthcare requirement can be damaged slightly. So, the third statement is correct. And this is, in fact, one of the reasons why India has not signed the Declaration on Health and Climate. So, here, statement 2 basically is incorrect. Now, in this case, the correct answer is going to be basically C. That is, only one of the statement 2 and 3 is correct, and that explains statement 1. India didn't sign the global methane pledge is correct. Again, this is something that we have discussed in the classes. We have basically discussed about the outcomes of Conference of Parties number 28, deductivist. So there we have discussed it, that about the portion of Declaration on Climate and Health, and basically in the news analysis also you would find this, right? Which tells you, all of this tells you what? Be regular, be disciplined. There is no reason why you can't clear this exam. Now, Article 6 of the Paris Agreement on Climate Change is frequently discussed in global discussions on sustainable development and climate change. That is correct. Article 6 deals with the basic requirement of carbon markets, basic requirements of fulfilling their own obligations regarding how to fight climate change. That is the NDCs. All of that is covered under Article 6. So, Article 6 of the Paris Agreement on Climate Change sets out the principles of carbon markets. This is correct. The carbon credit certificate. Correct, Rakesh. Now, which one? Third statement. Article 6 of the Paris Agreement on Climate Change intends to promote inter-country non-market strategies to reach their climate targets. Because you have to understand, when we talk about climate change, there are multiple different variables which are involved. One is carbon mechanism, other is, let's suppose, emission trading, etc. Right. So basically, the third statement, the second statement, all of them are correct, and all of them end up explaining the requirement of statement one. Now, again, one of the factual questions. Which one of the following launched the Nature Solutions Finance Hub for Asia and the Pacific? Nature based solutions in order to combat the case of climate change, climate resilience. So, this is something which was launched by the Asian Development Bank. This is factual. If you know it, fair enough. If you did not know it, don't be harsh on yourself. This was one of those random curveballs that UPSC throws at you. There was another one which was even more random, right? Now, with reference to direct air capture, an emerging technology, which of the following statements is or are correct? Direct carbon capture, that direct air capture, for example, that is about carbon capture and storage, right? Carbon sequestration. Now, if you carry out carbon sequestration, you will basically also be able to ensure other utilization of that carbon product. So it can be used as a way of carbon sequestration. Correct. It can be a valuable approach for plastic production and food processing. How? For plastic production, also, you need carbon, right? So, the carbon that you have stored, that can be used as an energy source, also. It can be then used in multiple ways to enhance the strength of the plastic. So, it can be used for plastic production. In aviation, also, it can be used to produce sustainable aviation fuel. So, here, create synthetic low carbon fuel. So this is also correct. So in this, all of them are basically correct. Okay. Now, regarding peacock tarantula, covered in newspaper analysis again, guys, a spider, right? Consider the following statements. Now, it is an omnivore crustacean. It is not a crustacean. Spiders are not under the category of crustaceans. Incorrect. Its natural habitat in India is only limited to some forest areas. It is typically to be found in the region around Andhra Pradesh, in the region of the Peninsular Plateau, dry deciduous forests. That is the area where you will find them, in the region of dry deciduous. So here it is correct. In its natural habitat, it is an arboreal species. Correct? Spends a lot of time on trees rather than crawling on the ground. So this is also basically going to be correct. So in this case, the correct answer is going to be D, that is 2 and 3 only. Okay. Now, the next question. Consider the following statements. Carbon dioxide emission in India are less than 0.5 tons per capita. This is incorrect. Now, this was again a factual question, but then it has been in discussion throughout the last year. So, this is it. In terms of CO2 emissions from fuel combustion, India ranks second in Asia Pacific. This is correct. After China, then you have the listing and the position of India. Electricity and heat producers are basically amongst the largest sources of CO2 emissions. Now, base, uh, throughout the last year, you had multiple different reports, emission gap report, etc. the Living Planet report, all of them indicated about the emissions, right? And this is where the question is being coming from. And this is where you have to solve the question. So in this case, the 18, you have both 2 and 3, that is correct, and 1 is in. Next question, factual. Based on the crops, you know it, you know it. If you don't know it, don't beat around the bush and don't punish yourself for this. Cassava. It is typically to be grown in the region around Nigeria and the portion of Central Africa. It is a woody shrub. Ginger is a herb with a pseudostem. That is, it is not a proper stem, but actually a pseudostem. That is correct. Malabar spinach, herbaceous climber. That is correct. Mint is not an annual shrub. This is incorrect. And papaya is not a woody shrub. So these two are incorrectly matched. The top three are in this correctly matched. So in this case, the correct answer is going to be B. That is B, 3. Okay. Now, the next question. This is about the reuse recycle aspect. Consider the following statements: circular economy. Now, circular economy is about recycling the same materials. So, when you have circular economy, reduces the emissions of the greenhouse gas. Yes. For example, iron and steel, where you utilize the previous scrap of steel, then basically you don't have to use that much amount of greenhouse gas emission, or you don't have to use that much raw materials either. The circular economy reduces the emissions of greenhouse gas. First statement is correct. Circular economy reduces the use of raw materials, as again correct, because you are using the scrap and the previously used or discarded waste. Circular economy reduces wastage in the production process. Again, a very intuitive and a simple follow up statement. So that also is correct. So in this, the simple answer is A. That is, all of them are correct, and 2 and 3 explain statement 1 correctly. Now, artificial way of causing rainfall to reduce air pollution makes use of which particle? Now, or basically, when you have air pollution, now air pollution has been in use in Delhi. Now, in Delhi, there was a mulling over of the fact that whether we should create artificial rains or not. There was a study carried out by IIT Kanpur, and this is something that we have observed as a factor of cloud seeding, which was in news throughout last year. So, silver iodide, dry ice, potassium iodide, they are typically used for creating artificial. Absolutely correct. Now, the last question. Which organization has enacted the nature restoration law to tackle climate change and biodiversity loss? This was brought by the European Union. We have covered this in newspaper analysis. The European Union had brought this in order to bring about a greater accountability in terms of climate action and the biodiversity degradation which has happened. So this is again, by the way, a factual question. If you did not know it, no issues. But I hope the rest of the questions you would be able to solve that. So overall, if you would have seen the portion of the environment ecology, you had around 4 of the factual questions. In geography, we discussed 3 of the factual questions. If you did not know them, fair enough. Don't beat yourself for it. If you could get the other questions correct, more than sufficient to clear the cutoff. So that is where we'll end the discussion for the portion of geography and environment. Now I hand it over to Sarmat sir and Chetan sir to make the further announcement. Thank you.
Hello, students. Welcome back. We have Chetan sir with us. We will be discussing questions related to international relations and some miscellaneous questions which have been asked in this prelims examination. Then, in the last leg, we will have Hima Bindu ma'am discussing all the important questions related to science and technology. But before we proceed further, an important take on CSAT. You, we, all of us, we have received mails from the students. There are some
Right.
students who have scored 114, 120, 126, 132, 109 in GS paper 1, but they are worried about CSAT.
CSAT score.
So considering the fact that CSAT may be difficult as compared to last year, but please listen to me carefully. Even if CSAT was tough, whether it was or not, leave that aside. If after checking all the answers, if you're scoring 85 plus, although I told you right at the start that the cutoff we are predicting is anywhere in the range of 92 to 95, but if you're scoring 85 plus, I urge you, I beseech you, I beg you, start preparing for the mains examination, because you never know if UPSC is going to drop some of these questions, or some of the questions would be incorrectly answered, or the answer key would be slightly different from what it should be. So CSAT may be a determining factor in this year's prelims examination, but again, you have to keep in mind that it is only qualifying in nature. All you need to do is score 66. If you do that, your GS paper will be evaluated. And whether you score 66
Yeah.
or 199.66 doesn't matter,
Doesn't
because
matter.
these marks would not be counted. What's your take on CSAT?
CSAT, I think in the last few years, UPSC has really made it very challenging. Especially, I was looking at the quant questions. The questions on numbers, numericals, they have become increasingly tougher.
Hmm.
Even and comprehension has always been lengthier. It takes a lot of time as well. I had few students messaging me that the paper was very lengthy. They find it difficult to even cover 40 questions.
Hmm.
I think that is where the challenge lies. But I think this is not the time to panic.
Hmm.
Continue to focus on your studies. If you have scored, as you said, 85, 90 plus in GS, I think they should focus on mains, because or else they'll get distracted.
Hmm. And in any case, the results would be declared, say, 3 weeks later
Right.
or a month later. And this is the time that you should not waste
Exactly.
thinking about what if not.
Right.
And this is the time where you can maximize your output when it comes to the mains examination, because in any case, if you're appearing next year,
Yeah.
this 1 month is going to be extremely crucial
Very
for you
crucial.
when you are focusing right on the mains
Yeah.
examination.
And students can carry forward the momentum as well. If they worry about CSAT score and break their studies for 3 weeks,
Hmm.
that will completely break their momentum. And to start again from end of June after the results will become very difficult. So I
Right.
think they should continue to focus on their studies.
We will also be conducting the live analysis of all the 80 questions asked in CSAT. Immediately after this live stream is over, our CSAT faculty, Rishi Bhargava sir, would be discussing all the 80 questions. And I have had a conversation with him as well. And according to him, those students who were part of our program, taught by sir, they would find it easier to qualify for the CSAT, to score way ahead of the cutoff. Over to you, Chetan sir. Please discuss IR questions as quickly as possible
Yes.
so that Hima ma'am can discuss the science and technology
Yeah.
question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir. So before we begin, I have a very important announcement. Now you have an opportunity to enroll for Unacademy's online classroom program at a discounted price of just 19,999. This will give you access to the live and recorded lectures along with the study material, the test series, and mentorship and doubt resolution sessions. To avail this offer, which will also give you up to 12 months of free extension, all you have to do is enter the code IAS English. On the subscription page, you might see a different fee, but once you enter the code IAS English, you will be able to subscribe at just 19,999 with up to free 12 months of extension. Now let's begin with the questions that had appeared from international relations. See, in the last 3 to 4 years, IR has been very important in prelims. In the last 3 years, we have seen around 11 to 14 questions come from international relations. But this time, there has been a slight change. From international relations, we have had just around 8 questions, along with a couple of questions from internal security as well. So now I'll be discussing all these questions, giving you the answer key, a quick explanation, and I'll also cover some of the miscellaneous questions. As you know, UPSC is an unpredictable public service commission.
It has brought back the questions on sports, prizes, etc., which we had seen a couple of years ago. Usually, these questions, they are not up to UPSC standard. We see them in SSC exams or Group B exams. But as I said, UPSC does throw these bouncers. Now, I know many students, they start asking, sir, should I start reading sports news? Should I start focusing on these factual information from newspapers? Because UPSC has asked such statements this time. Please understand, every year there will be such questions coming in the paper. In some or the other way, either extremely factual questions or questions such as questions related to books, questions related to prizes, questions related to sports, which you don't often study for UPSC civil services. Now, what do you do when such questions come? Please understand, these questions are hardly 2 or 3 or 4 at the maximum. Even if you leave those questions, you still have plenty of other questions to solve. I'm saying this because it's not worth putting so much effort to read about every prize, every book, or every sporting event. If you're an enthusiast, if you like chess, if you like coco, or if you like cricket, and if a question comes, and if you know the information, you can always answer that. But putting extra effort for that, I don't think is recommended. So don't panic, especially if any 2026 aspirants are watching. Don't think sports questions will come all the time. UPSC will never ask you 10 or 15 sports related questions. It's hardly 2 or 3 at the maximum. So you can even choose to skip them if you want. But I'm saying you can at least answer 1 or 2 out of them with a calculated guess and leave the rest. So with this, let's get started. Question number 36. Consider the following statements. India has joined the Mineral Security Partnership as a member. India is a resource rich country in all 30 critical minerals that it has identified. The Parliament in 2023 has amended the Mines and Minerals Development and Regulation Act 1957, empowering the central government to exclusively auction mining lease and composite license for certain critical minerals. 3 statements were given. You have to check which of these are correct. This development is actually slightly old. It's a topic which has been picked from 2023, but Mineral Security Partnership was in the news regularly. Even in the last 12 months, there was a lot of news articles related to critical minerals and India's plan to procure critical minerals. That's why the topic remains relevant. Though the development itself is slightly old, the Mines and Minerals Act was amended in 2023 when India notified 30 critical minerals, gave out the list of 30 critical minerals, and it introduced a very important change in the law. That's why this question has been picked. Now, I'm happy to tell you that I had covered this exact same topic, almost line to line, in my YouTube classes. On 14 July, in the Hindu analysis, you can look at the screenshot here. I had discussed this very same topic, the 30 critical minerals that India had notified by amending the Mines and Minerals Act. So, statement 1, which is related to Mineral Security Partnership, this is connected to India-US relations. So, given the high-profile visits of Prime Minister Modi to US back to back, first to meet Biden and then to meet Trump, definitely India-US relations was in the news, and I had covered this topic as well with regard to Mineral Security Partnership. So, any student who knows about MSP and who has read about the Mines and Minerals Development Act amendment which was done should be able to answer this very easily. Now, going back to the question, statement 1 is definitely correct. India was added as a member of Mineral Security Partnership. Initially, we weren't. It was primarily a Western group where US and its allies, European allies primarily, had formed this grouping to diversify the critical mineral supply chain to reduce their dependency on China. But later, India was also added. India joined as a member. Second statement, I just told you that we have notified a list of 30 critical minerals. But is India resource rich in all these 30 critical minerals? The answer is no. All you have to do is apply common sense to answer this question. Now, if you know which are these 30 critical minerals, or even if you don't know this list, I'm sure you will know that lithium, nickel, cobalt, etc. are critical minerals. And India is not blessed with these resources. We don't have enough resources. We are almost 100% dependent on imports for certain critical and rare earth elements, right? So the new vision of India, the new policy which India has brought out for critical strategic minerals is focused on procuring these minerals from abroad, scouting for mines abroad. We have set up a public sector organization called KABIL, Kanij Videsh India Limited, to hunt for these mines and to procure those resources for India. So that logic will tell you that second statement is incorrect. India is not resource rich in all the 30 critical minerals that have been notified. Third statement is correct. The amendment has empowered the central government to exclusively auction any critical mines which are present in the country. So 1 and 3, option C becomes the correct answer. I hope all of you answered this correctly. So these questions, they appear to be very simple. On the face of it, if you look at the topic, right, you might think it's an easy question. But when you read each and every statement, if you don't have the clarity, it might become difficult to answer them, right? That's why I'm saying IR questions, some were easy, but some were relatively moderate. Let's look at question 41. This was an easy one and also expected as well. You basically need to know the members of NATO to answer this question. I don't think I have to tell you why NATO is important. Why was it in the news? We have been discussing this across our YouTube sessions, even in our plus classes. Students who have attended my class will tell that how many times we have discussed NATO with regard to Russia-Ukraine war, with regard to the essential tensions between the West and Russia. And also, NATO was regularly being reported in the news as new members were added, Sweden and Finland, right? That's why Sweden has been mentioned in this question. So 6 countries have been given. You need to identify which of these countries are members of NATO. Now, in the class, as you can see in these screenshots, I had discussed specifically about Sweden joining NATO, later Finland joining NATO as well. I had explained the eastward expansion of NATO in the class and how it became a trigger for Russia to invade Ukraine. So then I had given the entire list of members of NATO. So to answer this question, you need some factual knowledge. There's no other way to answer this. You should remember the 32 members of NATO. But there is one small hack. At least one country can be easily eliminated. Austria can be eliminated. If you know that countries like Austria, Switzerland, they have a neutral foreign policy. Even during Cold War period, they remain neutral. So if you know that concept from international relations, you can eliminate Austria. Now, if I take out one, then it entirely depends on your factual knowledge. Serbia is not a NATO member. Serbia is not part of it. In fact, Serbia is closer to Russia. Again, if you understand geopolitics well, you would know that countries like Hungary, Serbia, they're closer to Russia, so they would never consider joining NATO. So by applying this common sense, you can take out Austria, Austria and Serbia. Sweden has recently joined, as I told you, and the other 3 are members: Bulgaria, Croatia, North Macedonia. So 2, 3, 5, and 6, they are members. The correct answer is only 4 out of the 6 countries given are members of NATO. So option B is the right answer. Next, question 52. Consider the following statements with regard to BIMSTEC. Now you tell me how many times we have discussed BIMSTEC. I have covered BIMSTEC in detail in the plus class while covering regional groupings, including its establishment, its structure, and the members. I've discussed BIMSTEC in UCAN sessions as well, where we cover current affairs on a regular basis. I've discussed BIMSTEC in the recent Conquer Prelims, in the marathon session that I took, where I covered all the important international organizations and groupings. This was probably one of the easier questions. But however, look at the pattern of this question. After a long time, UPSC has brought back a question with 4 statements. Not 3, not 2, but 4 statements. So to answer such questions, ideally you should have enough in-depth knowledge about the topic, because or else you can't easily take out or eliminate some of the statements from the equation, right? But luckily, this question is an elimination type question. UPSC has been bringing back elimination method as well. Now let's look at the statements and evaluate them. BIMSTEC is a regional organization consisting of 7 member states till January 2025. This statement is absolutely right. BIMSTEC includes few South Asian countries like India, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Nepal, and Bhutan. Then there are 2 Southeast Asian countries, Myanmar and Thailand. So 5 plus 2, 7 countries. Statement 1 is correct. It came into existence with the signing of Dhaka Declaration in 1999. Is this correct? Absolutely no. This is wrong. It was established in 1997 with the signing of Bangkok Declaration, not Dhaka Declaration. I had covered this in my classes. You can see in the screenshot here. This is from the sorry. This is from the plus classes that I had taken, where I had discussed the establishment of BIMSTEC through Bangkok Declaration, the members which were founding members of BIMSTEC. We also covered the sectors because this is a multi-sectoral organization focused on sector-based cooperation. I told you that each member country, it basically chairs one of the sectors. Like India is the chair for the security sector that deals with counterterrorism, tackling organized crime, disaster management, etc. So based on these facts, this question was given by UPSC. So second statement is wrong. Third statement says Bangladesh, India, Sri Lanka, Thailand, and Nepal are founding members of BIMSTEC. Initially, you might think this statement is right, but please be careful. This statement is also incorrect. Nepal was not a founding member. When it was founded, this group was known as BISTEC. B for Bangladesh, I for India, S for Sri Lanka, T for Thailand. These were the four founding members of this group. Later, Myanmar joined and it became BIMSTEC. Then Nepal and Bhutan joined much later and it got the new name, that is BIMSTEC as we know it today. So Nepal was not a founding member. Last statement says in BIMSTEC, the sector of tourism is led by India. This is also incorrect. The subsector of tourism is actually led by Nepal. Nepal is the chair for culture, tourism, and people to people relations. India chairs the security sector, as I just told you. So 2, 3, 4 are wrong. One only. Option D becomes your correct answer. Coming to question 55. Consider the following statements regarding AI Action Summit, which was recently held in Paris in February 2025. This again is a topic which I had covered in the IR marathon and the recent IR current affairs sessions that I had taken up. I discussed each and every point. In fact, both the statements are almost an exact replica of what we had discussed in class. The first statement says AI Action Summit 2025 was co-chaired with India. This is correct. India and France, they co-chaired the AI Action Summit. This was the third such summit which was being held. It was building upon the advances at Bletchley Park when the first AI Safety Summit was held in 2023 in the United Kingdom. Then in 2024, the Seoul Summit was held in South Korea. And now in Paris, the third summit took place few months ago. And in fact, Prime Minister Modi participated in the event as well. So it was clearly in current affairs. So statement 1 is correct. Statement 2 is wrong. I've explained this very same point if you look at the screenshots here. Look at the point given here. The statement which was adopted at Paris was not signed by United States and United Kingdom. US and UK, they opposed the final statement adopted and they did not sign it. I had clearly explained this point as well. So second statement is incorrect. US and UK have not signed the declaration. So what's the right answer? Option A, one only. Now coming to question 57, this again is related to a grouping. See, this time there is something new about IR questions. Usually IR questions were almost entirely based on current affairs. This time, current events have inspired these topics, but questions are more factual based on the static part. So if you don't know the background of an organization or the structure of an organization, it might become difficult to answer them. That is one slight change in pattern that we are seeing. 16th BRIC summit was held under the chairship of Russia in Kazan. This is again a topic which we have covered repeatedly in the plus classes as well, because under India-China, when we discussed the Ladakh military standoff, I had mentioned very clearly that we resolved the standoff last year during the 16th BRIC summit at Kazan, when PM Modi and Chinese Premier Xi Jinping worked out the final arrangement to de-escalate and disengage in Ladakh and to resume normal patrolling. We have also discussed the members because recently BRICS has gone through a lot of expansion. Many new countries have joined the group, and the latest member to have joined is Indonesia. In January 2025, Indonesia became a full member of BRICS. So 1 and 2 are correct, but statement 3 is incorrect. Many students were telling me they got this wrong and they're really regretting it because they didn't read the question carefully. Now let's look at the statement where they made the mistake. The statement says the theme of this summit was strengthening multiculturalism for just global development and security. You know what UPSC has done? They have played a smart trick with the aspirants. Because in the exam hall, you're under pressure. You may not read the entire statement. You may not comprehend each and every word. The theme was actually strengthening multilateralism. Students who did not pay attention, right? They thought it's the right statement and they have marked all three statements to be right, or they've essentially got the wrong answer. Because there's a world of difference between multilateralism and multiculturalism, right? So 3 is wrong, 1 and 2 becomes your right answer. Option A is the correct answer. Next, question 72. Again, a very expected topic, INSTC. But here, there is again a confusion. UPSC has given two very close options. So let's discuss this quickly. India is one of the founding members of International North-South Transport Corridor, which is a multimodal transport corridor, which will connect which of these regions? Essentially, it's focused on the route of INSTC, which countries and regions are connected through this proposed project. Now, in the classes, in the plus class, I have covered INSTC in detail. It's a project which goes back to 1990s, proposed between India, Iran, and Russia. Later, Azerbaijan was also part of it, to connect India's western ports through the Arabian Sea with Iranian ports like Chabahar Port and Bandar Abbas, and transport the goods via road rail network in Iran to the Caspian Sea, where Iran, Azerbaijan, and Russia have built inland navigation network, and transport the goods through the Caspian Sea into Russia and later towards Europe, towards Eastern and Northern Europe. So this corridor can benefit the nearby regions as well. It can benefit West Asia as well. It can benefit Central Asia as well. There are few countries from Central Asia, West Asia, which are members of INSTC as well. Now let's go back and look at the options. See, B and C, you can definitely take it out of the equation. It doesn't link India with Southeast Asia, and it does not connect India with China. Rule out B and C. There is a tight contest and a lot of debate and controversy between A and D. But let me give you the clarity on this. See, on one hand, you might think UPSC has again made a blunder with this question. Like last year, you might have seen that UPSC has given a wrong answer. It has given wrong questions and 3 questions were taken out, eliminated entirely. Because see, A is saying it connects India to Central Asia to Europe via Iran. This seems to be correct on the face of it. And many argue that even official documents mention Central Asia in the context of INSTC. But I have a different argument here. I differ with this argument. I feel D must be the right answer. See, as I said, UPSC is being very ambiguous. Ideally, it should not do this, right? In fact, giving a confusing question is different. But giving two statements which might have the right interpretation, right? One might argue very well that A is the right answer. They can even bring strong evidence for that. I can equally argue D is the right answer. Because see, both appear to be correct. But I have a critical point here. I feel D is the right answer. Why? Because INSTC, when it was conceptualized, even now, when the idea is discussed, though it will link with Central Asia, it might benefit Central Asia, it's not explicitly connected with Central Asian countries. It passes through Caspian Sea, but doesn't connect with Kazakhstan, doesn't connect with Turkmenistan, right? You might say, sir, it links with Europe via Iran. I agree, that is correct. But INSTC has never been conceptualized to be a direct route to Central Asia. In the future, yes, it might. It might be extended. But as of now, I've gone through official documents of Ministry of External Affairs, PIB as well. Most likely, the correct answer would be D. This seems to be more appropriate. This is more justifiable. All right? So either A or D, but my strong sense is option D. As I said, UPSC should not have done this. There should have been a clear distinction between the two options. As I said, anybody can argue both A and D might be correct. But again, based on very verifiable, solid information, I can vouch for option D to be the right answer, but let's wait and watch. So A or D, A/D could be possible, but I strongly feel based on my experience that D must be the right answer. That is the right interpretation. If UPSC says otherwise, then what can we say? Next, question number 77. By the way, do let me know what you think about this question. Do you think UPSC has again messed up by giving ambiguous statements, two options which seem very close to each other, which might be defended as the right answer? Let me know what do you think. Will UPSC omit this question entirely? Let's wait and watch. Question 77 related to IBRD, International Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Very straightforward factual question. See, IBRD is the lending arm of the World Bank. So it's part of the Bretton Woods system. Was set up after the Second World War in 1944 to reconstruct the European economy and essentially enable the global economy. So, statement one says it provides loans and guarantees to middle income countries. Absolutely correct. That is the primary role of IBRD. As a World Bank arm, it's responsible to give out loans to middle income countries, low income countries to help in their development. But second statement is incorrect. It works single handedly to help developing countries to reduce poverty. See, it does help developing nations to tackle poverty. But it's not the only organization which is doing that. There is IMF as well. There are different arms of the World Bank. There are other global lending organizations which also provide loans to developing nations to reduce poverty. This is where the statement goes wrong. It is not the only organization trying to reduce poverty in developing nations. Second statement is definitely wrong. Third statement is correct. I just told you it was established after the Second World War to rebuild Europe, the war ravaged continent, and the economy. So 1 and 3, option C will become your right answer. Coming to 79, consider the following countries. This is something I had covered repeatedly in my plus classes. The question is asking, with which of these countries has India recently interlinked the UPI cross border payment systems? India has been pushing the UPI on a global scale, offering to interlink the payment systems. And we have launched this with United Arab Emirates as part of the comprehensive economic cooperation agreement that we have, which is a free trade agreement. India has integrated the UPI payments with UAE, which is a key trading partner. So it will benefit the traders, the students, tourists as well to make swift cross border payments and reduce the transaction fee as well. We have launched UPI in France as well. When PM Modi visited France, right? UPI was rolled out in France and as well as in Singapore. All these were in news. For example, last year I had covered PM Modi's visit to Singapore in detail in my plus classes. You can see here I have specifically mentioned India integrating its UPI with Singapore's digital payment system. So during the discussion, I had mentioned UAE, France, even Sri Lanka and Nepal, where India's UPI has been extended. So Germany and Bangladesh can be taken out. So 1, 2, and 4. Only 3. Option B is your right answer. Now coming to the next couple of questions, which are actually linked with security and sometimes with economy as well. This question, question 33. This is based on few arms of the government, essentially a couple of law enforcement, intelligence agencies, and one department or a directorate. And basically, they've been matched with their function and the ministry which they work under. So again, very factual. So Directorate of Enforcement, which is the ED, and Directorate of Revenue Intelligence, the DRI. So Shamsar might argue this is part of economy. I agree with that, but this is part of security as well. Because in internal security, we have a topic to learn about security agencies, law enforcement agencies, and intelligence agencies of India, to learn about their mandate, to learn about their structure. So this is both tied to economy, partly to security as well. The Enforcement Directorate mainly tackles money laundering. It tackles foreign exchange violations. It also deals with fugitive economic offenders. But however, it's not under the Home Ministry. It is under the Department of Revenue, which is under the Finance Ministry. So one is incorrect. Second and third are absolutely correct. The DRI, which is both an intelligence and law enforcement agency, enforces the provisions of Customs Act to tackle smuggling, all kinds of smuggling. And it is under the Department of Revenue or Finance Ministry. The Directorate General of Systems and Data Management. This is very vague. Everybody would know about ED and DRI, but the third one is very, very vague. So this question that ways becomes a little challenging. So this Directorate of General Systems and Data Management, it does carry out computerization, big data analytics. It integrates technology into the work that it carries out. And it is under the Department of Revenue itself, under the Finance Ministry. So all three are under Department of Revenue. That's why 1 is incorrect, 2 and 3 are right. Correct answer will be option B, only 2. Next, question 64 from Defense. Security linked with IR, because we have discussed this in our IR classes as well. On the left, we have different types of aircraft, military aircraft, which are in the news, matched with the type of aircraft. You need to check which of the pairs are correct. The Dornier 228 Is it a maritime patrol aircraft? Absolutely yes. In the plus classes, while covering India's relations with Maldives, Mauritius, I had clearly mentioned that India has donated the Dornier reconnaissance aircraft for maritime patrolling. You can see that in the screenshot here. India has donated the Dorniers both to Maldives and Mauritius, even to Seychelles, to help in carrying out maritime reconnaissance and surveillance of their exclusive economic zone. The C-17 Globemaster, even this I had discussed under India-US defense relations. The C-17 Globemaster is often considered as a flying elephant because of its massive size. It can carry hundreds of troops or civilians. It's primarily used during disasters, during evacuation missions, and even during actual conflict. It can carry heavy weaponries and payload as well and deliver them to the front lines. It can easily fit artillery guns, even a battle tank or a helicopter inside its belly. It's that massive in size. And the advantage is that it can land and take off in very short runways as well. So it's a strategic airlift aircraft that we have procured from the US, built by Boeing. So it's a military transport aircraft. 1 and 3 are absolutely right. Second one is wrong. The IL-76, right? It's essentially a Russian transport aircraft. It's not a supersonic combat aircraft. It's not a supersonic aircraft at all, and it's definitely not used for combat. It's primarily transport aircraft. All right. And it is also used as AWACS when the radars are installed on it. So it's a transport aircraft essentially. So 2 is wrong. Correct answer would be B, only 2. Now, coming to the last section, the miscellaneous section, where questions on prize, questions on sports were asked. Let's take a quick look and I'll end the discussion and I'll hand it over to Hima ma'am. Who amongst the following are members of the jury to select the Gandhi Peace Prize? The Gandhi Peace Prize jury includes the Prime Minister, the Chief Justice of India, and the Leader of Opposition. 2, 3, 4, not the President. So 2, 3, 4, option C is your correct answer. Very factual. Question 56. The United Nations declares these international years, which usually students are not expected to learn and remember because there are too many. But UPSC again has asked this very factual question. Trust me, these are one-off questions. Don't think every time such questions will come. All the 4 are correct. International Year of Women Farmer 2026, International Year of Sustainable Resilience Tourism 2027, International Year of Peace and Trust, which is this year 2025, International Year of Asteroid Awareness and Planetary Defense 2029. All the 4 are correct. Option D is your right answer. Very factual, usually not expected from UPSC. Next, the next 2 questions is something I really have a problem with. I really hope UPSC doesn't ask such questions because you're not expected to know such essential facts about sports. But what to do? In the last few years, UPSC has been doing this every now and then. This was on the Coco World Cup, the first ever Coco World Cup, which was hosted by India last year. It was held in Delhi. Statement 1 is correct. Now, some of you might say I'm being too harsh on UPSC. You might say Coco is a sport closely linked to India's cultural heritage. What's wrong in asking a question on this? See, even that is okay. I have no problem with it. My problem is with statement 2 and 3. In statement 2 and 3, what UPSC has done, it has interchanged the scores. In the men's category, India beat Nepal with a score of 54 to 36. In the women category, the Indian women team beat Nepal with a score of 78 to 40. So UPSC has interchanged it. Now you tell me which student will remember this. It's an absolutely unnecessary fact. If it was related to the game itself, right, the features of the game or the history of the game, still the question would make some sense. But this question, again, as I said, it's a one-off bouncer. You can even skip such questions. Right answer is A1 only. Coming to the last question related to chess. Last year, there was a massive development. Mukesh, right, he became the world's youngest winner. But however, statement 1 is wrong. Why? Because he didn't win against Russian player. He won against the Chinese player, Ding Liren, not against the Russian opponent. So 1 is incorrect. Statement 2 is right. Abhimanyu Mishra, an American chess player, holds the world record for becoming the youngest ever grandmaster. So option B, 2 only, becomes the right answer. This completes my discussion of IR questions, security questions, and miscellaneous questions. Now, before I hand over to Hima ma'am, please note, for those of you who are preparing for mains, who are expecting a score of 85 and above, 90 and above, this is the right time to get started on your mains preparation. And we know that when it comes to mains preparation, the biggest challenge for all students is answer writing. So we are coming up with a curated program to help you ace answer writing, to develop the skill of answer writing. So we are launching Conquer Mains 2025 with 50 live sessions by all our top educators with 100 plus hours of classes. And we will not only cover the static and the concepts and the background of these key topics for mains, we will also integrate the current affairs. Plus, you will get access to our UCAN classes, which I was mentioning, for 3 months. From June to August, you will be able to access all the current affairs sessions under Unacademy's Current Affairs Navigator. So you can revise the entire year's current affairs. And more importantly, the biggest USP of this program is dedicated answer writing. In every class, after explaining the topics, we will conduct live answer writing. We will check your answers, evaluate your answers personally, not by some mentor or subject expert, but the teachers, the educators. We will check your papers, give you a feedback, and help you improve your answer writing. So, if interested, you can enroll for the program. The link will be shared in the description box below. This completes my discussion. So, just hang on for a couple of minutes. Hima ma'am will take over to cover the science and tech questions. All the best.
Hello and welcome to An Academy, a one stop destination for all English medium civil service aspirants. Let us now continue with the analysis of science and technology questions from this year. I hope I am audible, visible. Is my audio video clear? Before we proceed with the discussion, a very important announcement. You can now enroll for An Academy online classes for just 19,999 plus 12 months free extension. To avail this offer, you will have to use the code IAS English. Let us now continue with science and technology questions. The very first question being, okay, consider the following types of vehicles: full battery electric vehicles, hydrogen fuel cell vehicles, fuel cell electric hybrid vehicles. One is completely EV, the other one is hydrogen fuel cell vehicles. The third one is fuel cell electric hybrid vehicles. Okay. How many of the above statements are considered as alternative powertrain vehicles? Okay, how many are considered as alternative powertrain vehicles? The right answer is yes, you can message me the right answer. The first answer is C. All of them can be considered as alternative powertrain vehicles, all the three. Okay, so let us see the explanation. Okay, to answer this question, first of all, we'll have to know what do you mean by alternative powertrains. Alternative powertrain vehicles are the vehicles which are not based exclusively on internal combustion engine. What do you mean by an internal combustion engine? Internal combustion engine is about petrol, diesel, fossil fuels we use in that. Okay, it based on the principle called burning or combustion, internal combustion. So any vehicle which is based, okay, not based exclusively on the internal combustion engines. Now look at this first statement. Battery electric vehicles, do they depend on internal combustion? They do not depend on the internal combustion. So they are, okay, alternative powertrain vehicles because they do not depend on the internal combustion. Correct. Hydrogen fuel cells. Okay. So what is basically a hydrogen fuel cell? Okay. As you can see in this screenshot, we have discussed about the hydrogen fuels in our complete 1 year science and technology, which is a part of Conquer Prelims 2025. So this is a screenshot from that class. How does a hydrogen fuel cell works? Hydrogen enters from the anode, step 1. Okay. And then in the hydrogen, the electrons and protons will get separated, step 2. Then the electrons will pass through this circuit, and then protons will pass through this membrane. H plus protons will pass through this membrane. Okay. And then oxygen comes from the external atmosphere. Later, oxygen plus this electrons plus protons means what? Hydrogen. Oxygen plus hydrogen together will form water. The only effluent, the only effluent, okay, from hydrogen fuel cell is water. Hydrogen enters at the anode. Okay. Protons pass through the membrane. Electrons will pass through the circuit towards the cathode. At the cathode, these electrons, protons, that is hydrogen, okay, will combine with the oxygen which is coming from the atmosphere and will release only, okay, water vapor and heat as effluent. This is how the hydrogen fuel cell works. So there is no internal combustion here. Okay. So the second statement, hydrogen fuel cells is also, okay, is a alternative powertrain vehicle because it is also not using the internal combustion. Now coming to fuel cell electric hybrid vehicles. I mean, they use fuel cell, as I just explained here. They use fuel cells, but they also use internal combustion. Let us see the definition once. Okay. In the case of this hybrid vehicles, okay, they use both internal combustion and also fuel cells. but they are not exclusively depending on the internal combustion. So, therefore, even the hybrid vehicles can be considered as alternative powertrain vehicles. Do they depend on alternative fuels? Do they depend on alternative fuels? Yes. Do they also depend on internal combustion? Yes, but it doesn't matter to us. What matters here is, are they using alternative fuel or not? Yes, they are using alternative fuel. They are not exclusively depending on the internal combustion. So this is also correct. All the three is the right answer. I hope it is clear. Okay. So 1 and 2, for most of you, it will be clear. There can be some confusion with the fuel cell hybrid vehicles. Hybrid vehicles use internal combustion, but not only internal combustion. Do they use alternative fuels? Yes, they depend on hydrogen fuel. So we can call them as alternative powertrain vehicles. Okay, this particular question is discussed as a part of this 1 year current affairs question in our as a part of our Conquer Prelims 2020. Moving on to the second question. Okay, second question, with reference to unmanned aerial vehicles, that is about the drones, unmanned aerial vehicles or drones, consider the following statements. All types of UAVs can do vertical landing. Yes, correct or not? You can tell me. Okay. Do all of them are capable of doing vertical takeoff and landing like a helicopter? Okay. All types of UAVs can do vertical landing. No. Okay. Only some of them. Not all types of UAVs can do vertical takeoff and landing. Only those UAVs or only those drones, unmanned aerial vehicles, which are using the rotor system like a helicopter. Is it clear? Okay. They use vertical takeoff and landing. It means they do not require a runway. Okay. They can just vertically take off and vertically land like a helicopter. What kind of drones? What kind of UAVs? Those which depend on rotor system. There are other type of UAVs that depend on fixed wing drones. Okay, they are traditional drones. They are not advanced drones. They are traditional drones. They are called as fixed wing drones. Okay, they typically require runways. It means they cannot vertically take off and land. They will have to take off like a plane, like a flight, like an aeroplane, and they will have to land. They need runway for takeoff and landing. Okay, so therefore, the first statement is wrong. All types of UAVs cannot do vertical landing. Next one. All types of UAVs can do automated hovering. Okay. No. But what do you mean by hovering? Okay. Hovering means remaining in one place in the air. It means, for example, this is a battlefield. This particular UAV can stay in the air just above this battlefield. It is not moving from that particular place. It is in the air. It is not landing. It is not taking off. It is in the air, observing the battlefield, but it is not moving ahead or in the other directions. Same place constantly. Okay. Can the UAVs do the hovering? Yes. Okay. But can all the UAVs do the hovering? No. What kind of UAVs can roughly do the hovering? Okay, not 100%, but roughly matching is those UAVs which can do vertical takeoff and landing. I mean those UAVs which are having this rotor system. Okay, those UAVs which are having the rotor systems, those UAVs which can do vertical takeoff and landing, those UAVs are also capable of hovering. The other UAVs, which are not capable of vertical takeoff and landing, they're also not capable of hovering. Okay, so what kind of UAVs are not capable of hovering? The fixed wing drones are not capable of hovering. They cannot stay in the air in a constant place and keep on doing surveillance on a particular place. Okay, so all types of UAVs, okay, cannot do automated hovering. All types of UAVs can use batteries only as a source of power. Only is the word which makes this particular statement also wrong. Actually, UAVs can use batteries, but batteries are not the only source of. Batteries are not the only source of energy for the UAVs. Small UAVs, we have different types of drones, nano drones, micro drones, okay, like small drones, big drones. We have different types of drones. Usually, small drones or UAVs can use batteries, but big drones or UAVs, they also need alternative, okay, like diesel. One small information point here is DRDO made a diesel engine that can especially work for UAVs. Okay, DRDO developed a diesel engine, but not for the other vehicles. This diesel engine is specially designed for UAVs. From this particular news, what we can understand, certain types of UAVs can also use diesel as a fuel. Means all UAVs are not depending only on the battery. Okay. So the word only makes it wrong. How many of the statements given are correct? Okay, none of the statements are correct. D is the right answer. Is it clear? Okay, then moving on to the, and did we discuss in our classes? Okay, did my courses covered it? Yes, unmanned aerial vehicles. Okay, and then Netra is one example of unmanned aerial vehicle which is capable of vertical takeoff and landing. Okay, so these are, this one is a screenshot from our classes. Okay, we discussed about unmanned aerial vehicles. Particularly, Netra is an unmanned aerial vehicle which is capable of vertical takeoff and landing. When I'm mentioning that Netra is capable of vertical takeoff and landing, it means what? Not all UAVs are capable of making vertical takeoff and landing. Otherwise, there is no need of specially mentioning here that Netra is capable of vertical takeoff and landing. So this is how we covered this particular question in our previous classes, right? Okay. So the second question answer is D. Moving on to the third question. Okay. The third question. In the context of vehicle batteries, consider the following elements. Okay. Cobalt, graphite, lithium, nickel. How many of the above usually make up the battery cathodes? Okay. A battery will have two electrodes. A battery will have two electrodes, cathode and anode. Particularly here, graphite is an anode material in the batteries. For example, in the lithium ion batteries. In the lithium ion batteries, okay, graphite is used as an anode material. Okay, did I discuss in my previous classes? Here is a screenshot from one of my previous classes. Which classes? Complete Science and Technology, okay, revision in one shot, okay, which is a very long duration class on YouTube. In that class, we have covered it. Okay, if you can notice here, right, graphite is graphite or even graphene. What is graphene? We call it as wonder material. One carbon atom thick sheet. Is it clear? Okay. So it is a very thin sheet made up of carbon atoms. Okay. So comparable to graphite, but it is a different allotrope. It is a different allotrope of the carbon. We call it as graphene. It is a one atom thick sheet of carbon atoms. Okay. So graphene or graphite, they both are anode material in the lithium ion battery. A typical lithium ion battery, as we can observe in this particular screenshot, in a typical lithium ion battery, okay, the lithium ions will travel from the anode to the cathode during discharge and cathode to the anode during charging. This is how the batteries work. Okay. So, while graphite is an anode material, remaining three are cathode material. The remaining three are cathode material. Okay, as you can observe here, cobalt, lithium, and nickel are cathode materials, whereas graphite is an anode material. Okay, fine. These three are cathode materials. Here is a list of all the materials which can be used as cathode in the batteries. Okay, what are they? nickel manganese cobalt oxide, nickel cobalt aluminum oxide, lithium iron phosphate, etc. These are the different material which can be used as cathode material in the batteries. So the right answer is okay, C. Only 3. Okay, which 3? Okay, 1, 3 and 4. Graphite is the anode material, right? Okay, next moving on to the, as we have seen, this is a screenshot from our complete science and technology revision, which is a marathon class. Okay, moving on to the fourth question. It is a very general question, kind of general knowledge. Okay, so like consider the following: cigarette butts, eyeglass lens, and car tires. How many of them contain plastic? Okay, guess the question, guess the answer. How many of them contain plastic? Actually, C is the right answer. All of them contain plastic. Okay. So let us see what are they. Cigarette butts, okay, are primarily composed of a type of plastic called as cellulose acetate. Okay. Cigarette butts are made up of a particular type of plastic called as cellulose acetate. Okay. And can we use plastic in the eyeglass lenses? Yes. Earlier, they used to use glass to manufacture the lenses. But as we all know, glass is more prone to breakage. And in that cases, it can also injure the eye. So it is better to replace the glass with plastic for lighter weight, more durability, etc. So yes, we use plastic in the eyeglass lenses. Which kind of plastic we use? Polycarbonate is commonly used in the eyeglass lenses. Do we use plastic in the car tires also? Modern car tires are made from a mixture of natural and synthetic rubbers. Okay, car tires are basically rubber tires. Okay, and with the synthetic rubber being a type of plastic. What is synthetic rubber? It is a type of plastic. So, yes, we use plastic in the car tires as well. So, how many of them contain plastic? All the three of them contain plastic. C is the right answer. Okay, and then before we further move to the fifth question, okay, what is the difficulty level? What is the difficulty level compared to last year? Compared to last year, it is more difficult. No doubt about it. It is more difficult when compared to 2024. So, what is the primary difference? 2024 and 2025, what is the primary difference? In 2025, okay, some guessing is possible. Guessing. The questions are based on common sense. Okay, based on common sense, we can actually, you never studied about that topic. You don't even know the key words in that question. Still using a general intelligence. Okay, you can answer the questions in 2024. But in 2025, the questions are not like that. Okay, you definitely need both factual and conceptual. Definitely need both factual and conceptual knowledge to answer most of these questions. Must have studied that topic already. Okay. So, for those who really studied the subject, okay, the difficulty level can be comparable. 24, 25, the difficulty level can be comparable. But for the students who are not completely prepared and depending more on guessing or a general intelligence, in that case, 2025 question paper is little more difficult when compared to the 2024 paper. Okay, what is the similarity? Both the years, the questions are mainly based on the current affairs. Mainly based on the current affairs. Not much from the static content. Okay, not NCRT type questions. Is it clear? Okay, so this is an overall comparison between 2024 and 2025, and the difficulty level is slightly above the 2024 if we compare. Is it clear? Okay. Yes, Soumya, you are correct. Common sense works better when we have knowledge. Okay, but sometimes, like say, for example, in 2024, there was one question. Okay, and the keyword is membrane, and in the applications, they have given something like water purification. I think anybody can correlate the two the word with this application. So the questions were like that in 2024. We do not have such questions in 2025. When compared to 2023, of course, if I compare with 2023, okay, 24 and 25 are easiest. 2023 is the most difficult question paper we have ever seen, especially when it comes to science and technology. And as far as I know, when it comes to the other subjects also. So that is the reason why even the cutoff was very less in 20. Okay, so we cannot compare, even we cannot even compare with 23. When compared to 23, it is much easier. But compared to 2024, it is little bit difficult. Not major difference, little more difficult when compared to, okay, 2024. I hope you got some clarity on like the difficulty level. And almost there is no question from NCRT. The questions are in general from newspapers, current affairs and all. Okay, that is about the source, right? Now moving on to the question number 5. Consider the following substances: ethanol, nitroglycerin, urea. Coal gasification technology can be used in the production of how many of them? How many of them? The right answer for fifth question is B, only two. Which two? Ethanol and urea can be produced from coal gasification. Okay, but not nitroglycerin. Okay, let us see what it is. Okay, answer is B. Coal gasification technology can be used in the production of ethanol and urea, but not the nitroglycerin. Now let us see in detail how the three compounds can be produced. Coal gasification converts coal into a mixture of gases. A mixture of gases called as syngas. Okay. First, coal will get converted into syngas. What is syngas? A mixture of gases. Okay. Like carbon monoxide, okay, hydrogen, etc. And then the syngas can be converted into, okay, ethanol. Syngas can be converted into ethanol by a process called as fermentation. The syngas can be converted, which can be used as a feedstock, means raw material. Stock means kind of raw material. Okay, syngas can be used as a raw material for the production of ethanol through a process called as fermentation. Syngas can also be used to produce ammonia. Okay, let us see the other application. Same syngas can also be used to produce ammonia, NH3, which can be further converted into urea. So ethanol and urea both can be produced using a process called as coal gasification. Okay. Whereas nitroglycerin is produced through a chemical process involving nitrating the glycerol. We take glycerol and we nitrate it. Nitrating the glycerol using nitric acid and sulfuric acid, not by coal gasification. Is it clear? So, coal gasification, okay, cannot be used to convert, okay, to form the nitroglycerin, but it can be used to form the other two. Is it clear? Okay, so the right answer is B. I hope it is clear. Okay, then okay, next. What is the common characteristic of chemical substances generally known as Cl20, HMX6, LLM105, which are sometimes talked about in the media, right? Okay, all of them are explosives. Actually, there is a small confusion here. They are used as explosives, but they can also be used, some of them at least, can also be used as, okay, solid fuels. Particularly, they can be used as solid fuels in rocket engines. solid fuels in rocket engines. Okay, what is the main advantage of solid fuels? Solid fuels have one advantage, that is they provide greater thrust. Greater thrust means greater push. So therefore, most commonly, okay, used as most of the rocket engines, use solid fuel, okay, in the first stage of the rocket. Okay, the rocket will have around 3 to 4 stages, 1, 2, okay, 3, 4, like that. Most of the rocket engines use solid fuel in the first stage. Why? The first stage is ignited during the launch. When we launch the rocket, during the launch, we ignite the stage 1. Okay. So therefore, we are igniting this on the earth, on the ground. So therefore, is an influence of, there is more influence of, more subjected to gravitational force. So they have to overcome more gravitational. So therefore, we use solid fuels in the rocket engine. So some of these explosives are also used as solid fuels in the rockets. So both can be correct, but we do not have a choice like both B and D. So therefore, we have to proceed with the choice B. B is the right answer. Okay, B is the answer is B. Okay. Cl20, which is also known as Cl20, which is also known as China Lake 20, is a polycyclic nitroamine explosive with a high density and high detonation velocity. Okay. It is used as a booster in many military applications. We use it as an explosive in any military applications. Okay. But it is also being considered as a solid rocket motor. We are also considering to use the Cl20 in the solid, as a solid fuel in the rocket engines. They're considering to use it as a solid fuel in the rocket engines. So it means actually the option D also appears to be correct. But primarily they are explosives. And okay, why are they used as solid fuels? Because they are explosives. Is it clear? Okay, because you need, in some of the rocket engines, NASA, okay, is trying to use atom bomb explosion, okay, for the launch. Is it clear? So when NASA is trying to use an atom bomb explosion during the launch, what is the principle in that? When there is an explosion, it provides enormous amount of heat energy. That energy is enough to overcome the gravitational force. So we use explosion as a principle, okay, in the solid fuel, explosion, burning, combustion. Is it clear? Okay, so therefore, primarily they are explosives and they can be used as solid fuels in the rockets because they are explosives. So that is the reason why clearly the right answer is B. Okay, why they can be used as rocket fuels? Because they are explosives. So the primary point is being explosive. I hope it is clear. Okay, right. Then next, HMX, that is, okay, a very lengthy chemical name is given here. It is a colorless crystalline solid with relatively low shock sensitivity. It is used in various applications like explosives, rocket fuels. See, this is also used as a rocket fuel. Okay, but D is not the right answer. Why? It is used as a rocket fuel because it is an explosive. Okay, so the primary point about these chemicals is they are explosive. Because they are explosives, they can be used in multiple places. One of them is rocket engine. Is it clear? Next, LLM 105 is an explosive with high detonation. It is being developed for booster applications in military explosives. Okay, so the right answer here is, okay, these are explosives in the military weapons. Right. Next, moving on to the next question. Okay, right. Consider the following statements. It is expected that Majorana 1 chip enables quantum computing. Okay, correct. But before we proceed with that, let us see what is this Majorana chip. Okay, right. Majorana 1 chip will enable quantum computing. Correct. Statement number 1 is correct. Majorana 1 chip will enable the quantum computing. We use it in the quantum computers. Okay. Why we can use them in the quantum compute? To understand that, basically, what are the quantum computers? What are the quantum computers? They use qubits instead of classical bits. Okay, for coding purpose. Okay, we use classical bits. What do you mean by classical bits? 0 and 1 for coding in a regular computer. But we use qubits for coding purpose in a quantum computer. Then what are qubits? Qubits are quantum particles. Are quantum particles used as bits. Then what are the quantum particles? Quantum particles examples are electrons, photons, etc. Smallest particle, smallest unit of either matter or energy. I repeat, quantum computer is a computer in which coding is done using the qubits. Qubits are the quantum particles used as bits. Quantum particles are the smallest units of the matter or energy. Smallest units of matter, okay, example is the electrons, and the smallest unit of the energy example is photons. Is it clear? Okay, so that is about a quantum computer. Okay, so what is Majorana 1 chip? It is a chip used in the quantum computers. Okay, this Majorana 1 chip utilizes a new state of matter called as topoconductor. Majorana 1 chip uses a new state of matter called as topoconductor. Okay, then we have to understand what is a topoconductor. I have given here what is a topoconductor. Okay, topoconductor is a special type of material. What are the three states of matter we have? Solid, liquid, gas. These are the three states of matter. Okay, but it is a special category. What is a topoconductor? It is a special category of matter. Okay, which is not a solid, not a liquid, not a gas. It is a different state. It is a different state of matter. Is it clear? It's a special category of material that can create entirely new state of matter, which is not solid, liquid, gas, but a topological state. Okay? It is not in solid state, liquid state, or gas state. It is in which state? Topological state. Then you may get another question. What do you mean by topological state? What do you mean by a topological state? So that word is also given here. Topological state in physics refers to a state of matter where a system's properties are determined by its, okay, if a substance properties properties are decided, if a system's properties are decided by its structure, okay, or topology. What do you mean by topology? Topology means structure. Okay, it means if any substance properties do not depend on its chemical composition. Okay, take any material, its properties are not decided by its chemical composition. Rather, its properties are dependent on its structure. Okay, such, okay, state is called as topological state. Okay, I hope topological state is clear. Do you agree that nanomaterial, okay, or nanoparticles, particularly quantum particles, quantum particle like electrons, okay, photons, etc. Right? Okay. So, do you agree that quantum particles are nanoparticles because they are very small in size? So, point number one, quantum particles are nanoparticles. Quantum particles are nanoparticles. Second point, nanoparticles' properties are decided by their size and structure. There is a concept called quantum confinement. Okay, quantum particles or nanoparticles properties are decided by their size and structure. For example, if you take nano gold, it is in red color. Is it clear? Graphene, if you take, though it is made up of carbon, it is a great conductor. What is making graphene a great conductor? Its topology. Okay, its structure, not its chemical composition. Chemically, graphene, graphite are similar. What is making graphene a wonder material? Its topology. So, any material whose properties are decided by its topology or structure are called as topological substances. Okay, it is a topo conductor. I mean, it will behave like a conductor because of its topology. It will behave like a conductor. Majorana one chip will behave like a conductor because of its unusually small size. Quantum particles are unusually small. Such a conductor is called as topo conductor. Okay, so same material in the bulk size will not behave like a conductor. Is it clear? So Majorana 1 uses a new state of matter called as topoconductor. It aims to create quantum computers capable of solving complex problems which are difficult to solve. For example, using a regular computer, if you can solve a particular problem in 10 years, using a quantum computer, you can solve it in 1 day. Is it clear? So, this Majorana 1 chip, which is using the topoconductor, which is a topoconductor material, okay, a chip which is made up of a topo conductor is used in quantum computers which are used for, okay, high performance computing. Is it clear? Statement number 2 is incorrect. Okay, which company made this particular Majorana chip? Not Amazon Web Services. This is made by Microsoft. So the second statement is, okay, not correct. It is made by Microsoft. Okay, the third statement is, deep learning is a subset of machine learning. Okay, so yes, this is correct. Okay, but let us see an explanation about this particular deep learning. Is it clear? Okay, when it comes to deep learning, what is artificial intelligence? Okay, if the machines can carry the tasks which regularly require human intelligence, there is a task like you want to do some calculation, it normally require human intelligence, but a machine is doing, okay, then it is called as artificial intelligence. When a machine does, okay, those tasks which are, okay, typically done using the human intelligence, right? Next level, I mean, machine learning is a subset of, you can see from this diagram, okay, one circle inside the other circle. This is artificial intelligence, this is machine learning, this is deep learning. Is it clear? Okay. So, machine learning creates algorithms that can take decisions by observing the patterns. For example, okay, your Netflix will observe the pattern of what kind of videos you are watching and will suggest similar type of videos to you for watching. Is it clear? Okay, it means if a machine can take its own decisions, we can call it as machine learning. But machine learning is not perfect. When the machine takes a wrong decision, okay, we need human intervention when the decision is incorrect. Now, a subset of the machine learning is deep learning. If a machine can take decisions and the machine can take perfect decisions, human intervention is not needed to correct it when it goes wrong. Okay, that level of machine learning is called as deep learning. Deep learning is a subset of machine learning. This particular topic, okay, we have discussed in our complete science and technology revision series as a part of Conquer Prelims 2025. Okay, artificial intelligence, machine learning being a subset of that, deep learning being another subset of that. Is it clear? Okay, so now Okay, statement number 3 is correct. Okay, so the right answer for seventh question is okay, C. 1 and 3 are correct, but 2 is not correct. It is not developed by uh, Amazon Web Services. Okay, moving on to the next question. With reference to monoclonal antibodies, often mentioned in the news, consider the following statements. Okay, to answer this question, first of all, we have to know what are the monoclonal antibodies. Is it clear? Okay. Did we cover monoclonal antibodies in our classes? Yes, it is one of the screenshots from a live class, okay, in which I discussed about the monoclonal antibodies. Okay, so what are the monoclonal antibodies? Okay, look at the word mono. Mono means one. Okay, clone. Clone, the word means copy. So here, okay, a group of similar antibodies. Okay, for example, I have 1 million antibodies. All of them are similar. They are not different from each other. To take a group of antibodies, all these antibodies are similar. Okay, and not only they are similar, mono means one. It refers to what? Antibodies which are developed to be specific, antibodies which are developed to be specific for a single antigen. Single. Therefore, the word mono. Okay. Antibodies which are developed to be specific for a single antigen. For example, okay, if I take 1 million antibodies, okay, so therefore I am using the word clone. Why? Because I'm taking 1 million antibodies. I'm not taking a single protein. Okay, so 1 million antibodies, but all are specific. All are specific for spike protein on coronavirus, on SARS-CoV-2. Is it clear? I hope you all know spike proteins. Coronavirus will have a crown-like structure. We call these as spike protein. Is it clear? I made 1 million antibodies. So I'm using the word clone. All these 1 million antibodies are specific to a single antigen. What is that? Spike protein of the SARS-CoV. Such antibodies are called monoclonal antibodies. And they are artificially made in the laboratory. Is it clear? So, statement number 1 is correct. Monoclonal antibodies are lab produced, means man made, engineered protein. Okay, we designed them to be specific to a single antigen. Naturally, natural antibodies, if artificial antibodies are monoclonal, natural antibodies are polyclonal antibodies. Natural antibodies are polyclonal antibodies. They're not monoclonal antibodies. So they are man-made, lab-made, engineered proteins. The first statement is correct. Second statement is also correct. They stimulate the immunological function. What is the duty of antibodies? To destroy the antigen. Destroy the antigen. What is the antigen here? Pathogen. Okay. They will stimulate. As it is written in this particular screenshot, okay, antibodies will destroy the antigen. Monoclonal antibodies are used as a treatment. Okay, first answer this question. Normally, a vaccine contains what? Antigen or antibody? A vaccine contains antigen. Is it clear? A vaccine contains antigen. Is it clear? And when a vaccine is given, our immune system produces antibodies. Is it clear? Does a vaccine contain antibody? No. Vaccine contains the antigen. What is that antigen? The pathogen itself, the disease causing agent itself, the virus or the bacteria, whatever is causing the disease. That is antigen. And our immune system will produce antibodies. But let us suppose we do not have time. For example, Nipah virus, Ebola virus. Okay, they cause very severe infections. After the virus enters into our body, we do not have enough time to produce antibody. it means your immune system is not in a position to produce antibodies. In that case, what we have to do? Directly give monoclonal antibodies instead of vaccines. Okay. Antibodies destroy the antigens. Monoclonal antibodies are used as a treatment. Okay. When the patients cannot produce antibody, if they produce antibodies, you give antigen vaccine, they will produce antibody. But now they are suffering from Ebola, Nipah virus, very severe infection. They don't have time to produce antibodies. So you cannot keep on giving the vaccines. You directly give monoclonal antibody as a treat. Is it clear? Okay. So they stimulate the immunological function targeting the specific antigens. Correct. Statement number 3 is also correct. They are being developed and tested as potential treatment for Nipah virus infection. Is it clear? But not only Nipah virus. They can be used for Nipah virus, Ebola virus, any virus, not only virus, any bacteria also. If you understand this fundamental principle, that is the reason why I'm calling it as a conceptual question. If you understand that instead of giving an antigen and waiting for the immune system to produce antibodies, if you directly give antibodies, it will work like a treatment. This is a principle. So you can use this for any infection, any virus or any bacteria or any pathogen. So the statement number 1 is also correct for Nipah virus or for any other virus. Okay. So eighth question, the right answer is D. 1, 2 and 3 is the right answer. Is it clear? Okay. Then moving ahead with the ninth question. Okay. Consider the following statements. No virus can survive in ocean waters. Wrong. Okay. Viruses can survive in the ocean water. What they do? They infect. Okay. The plants that grow, okay, in the ocean environment, or the like organisms, any fish, okay, or any aquatic organism that grow in the water, they infect them. Okay. Remember, virus is any virus, okay, is a obligatory pathogen. Obligatory pathogen means what? Obligation. Not only pathogen, obligatory parasite we can call it as. Obligatory parasite. It means what? It cannot survive. Obligation means what? Compulsion. Is it clear? So for virus, there is a compulsion to infect the organisms. Otherwise, it cannot survive. Virus is a non-living thing outside the host cell, living thing inside the host. So we can call it as an obligatory parasite. Okay, it must infect a host cell if it should survive. So in the oceans, viruses can infect the marine organisms, fish and the other organisms. Yes, we have marine viruses. No virus can infect the bacteria. Wrong. Okay, we have a term called as bacteriophages. Bacteriophages are the viruses that infect the bacteria. Just like we get viral fever, a bacteria also will get viral fever. Okay, so which viruses will cause that? Bacteriophages. Next, no virus can change the cellular transcriptional activity. Wrong. A virus will kind of, okay, hijack, okay, the host cell machinery. Okay. So it will make the host cell behave the way it wants. It will dictate how the host cell should behave. It will dictate what kind of proteins the host cell should produce. So yes, it can definitely change the cellular activity. Okay. How many of the statements given above are correct? Okay. Ninth question, the right answer is none of the above, because no word is used here. So we have to observe that the word no is used here, by the way. Okay. Did I discuss this in our previous classes? Okay. Yes. Okay. Look at here. We discussed about bacteriophages. Okay. In 1 year current affairs as a part of our Conquer Prelims 2025. In that class, we discussed about the bacteriophages. It is a screenshot from our Conquer Prelims program. Okay. In the same class, I also explained the central dogma. What is central dogma? DNA will make another copy of the DNA by a process called as replication. And then DNA will get converted into RNA by a process called as transcription. And then RNA will get converted into a protein by a process called as translation. Is it clear? Okay. And then what the viruses will do? Is it clear? Viruses, okay, what they do? Virus will, okay, kind of manipulate. Okay, it is the information is given here. We call it as statement number 3 is incorrect. Viruses can alter the cell's transcriptional activity. Okay, once a virus, it is written here. Once the virus, okay, enters into the host cell, it will insert its own RNA or DNA into the host cell. Okay, and it will kind of alter the cell's transcriptional activity in a process called as transcriptional reprogramming. I mean, without virus, I will produce my proteins, I will transcribe my genes. But in the presence of the virus, I will transcribe the viral gene. Okay, in the absence of the virus, I will transcribe my DNA. But in the presence of the virus, I will transcribe the viral DNA, the viral genes. So that process is called as transcriptional reprogramming. Okay, so the virus can do that one also. So none of the above, right, is the right answer. Then moving ahead, thank you so much, Luna. Okay, 10th question. Consider the following statements. Activated carbon is a good and attractive tool to remove the pollutant. Correct. Activated carbon, okay, we call activated charcoal, activated carbon, okay. We use it as a good and attractive tool to remove the pollutants, correct. Okay. And what is the reason? Activated carbon exhibits a large surface area. Okay, common sense question. This is based off, you can answer it based on some general intelligence also. Okay, so activated carbon's surface area is more. When there is more surface area, it can absorb so many components. Is it clear? Okay, there is a strong potential for absorbing. Absorption is a deep phenomena. Absorption is not same as adsorption. Okay, adsorption is a surface phenomenon, whereas absorption is a deep phenomenon. Because adsorption is a surface phenomenon, when the surface area is more, the adsorption also will be more. So it will absorb all the pollutants where later it can be. Okay, so yes, statement number 2 explains the statement number 1. Statement number 3. Activated carbon can be easily synthesized from the environmental waste with high carbon content. Okay, when there is an environmental waste which is having more carbon, okay, they have given the clue here itself. Environmental waste which is rich in carbon content. So we can make activated carbon compounds using this. Therefore, it is attractive tool. Why it is attractive tool? Don't we have any other material that can remove the pollutants? There are many substances that can remove the pollutants. Why only activated carbon? Because we can make it from the waste. And there are many substances that can remove the pollutants. Why only activated carbon? Because it can be made from the waste to useful compounds. Second one, it is having more surface area, so it can absorb various substances. Okay, so both statement number 2 and 3 are correct. 2 is correct, 3 is correct, and they both will explain the statement number 1. Okay, because it can be made from the waste, because it can absorb several substances, so it is an attractive tool to remove the pollutants. The correct answer is A. Okay, A is the right answer. Then moving on to the question number 16. Okay, direct air capture, an emerging technology. Which of the following statements are correct? It can be used as a way of carbon sequestration. Sequestration means what? Separation. Sequestration means separation, isolation. First, let us try to understand what is direct air capture. Direct air capture refers to the technologies that capture the carbon dioxide directly from the atmosphere. Atmosphere will have a mixture of gases, isn't it? Atmosphere will have a mixture of gases. From this mixture of gases, it can directly capture the carbon dioxide. It can capture the carbon dioxide. That is called as direct capture technique. If it can capture the carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, if it can capture the carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, definitely we can use it for carbon sequestration. Okay, that is to separate the carbon from the uh, mixture of gases. So the first statement is correct. Okay, then it can be a valuable approach for plastic production and food processing. Is it clear? Okay, it can also be used, okay, in the plastic production and also food processing. Is it clear? Okay, and in aviation, it can be a source of carbon for combining with hydrogen to create synthetic low carbon fuels. Okay, it can be a source of carbon for combining with hydrogen to create synthetic low carbon fuel. How can it create low carbon fuel? By capturing the carbon dioxide. Okay, in the fuel, it will capture the carbon dioxide. So it will lower the carbon content. So we can use it as a low carbon fuel. Okay, statement number 3 is correct. The captured CO2 from the direct air capture can be combined with green hydrogen to synthesize low carbon fuels for the aviation purpose. Is it clear? Okay, so therefore, all the 3 statements, 16th question, C is the right answer. All the 3 are correct. Okay, next question. Question number 54. Okay, GPS aided geo augmented navigation, Gagan. Okay, uses a system of ground stations to provide necessary augmentation. Augmentation. The word augmentation means what? Improvement. Improvement. You are adding quality to it. You are adding something to an added benefit. It will augment what? It will augment the GPS. Is it clear? Okay. It is especially made for what? The word Gagan itself is explaining that it is particularly made for aviation. Okay. But it will provide benefits in aviation. Okay. It will provide benefits in aviation. Okay. But what makes this particular statement wrong is only it is made for navigating the flights. Okay, I will explain this using this particular screenshot. It is a part of our complete science and technology marathon revision series as a part of our Conquer Prelims 2025. So in that we discussed about this Gagan directly. It is developed by whom? ISRO and Airports Authority of India. Is it clear? What is it? It is a satellite based augmentation system. So basically, what is Gagan? Gagan is a navigation, okay, for uh, flights. Navigation for flights. Just like GPS will navigate our cars, bikes, and all, Gagan will navigate, okay, the flights. Is it clear? Okay. Then, uh, now, if you observe this question, it will provide benefit for aviation. It will provide navigation for aviation, but not only. Okay. Look at this. Gagan provides accurate positioning and timing services that can be utilized in various sectors like railways, okay, and road transportation also. Okay. So, while primarily designed for aviation, Gagan is primarily designed for aviation, but not used only for aviation. Gagan is primarily designed for navigating the flights, but not used only to navigate the flights. It can be used in the other transportation also. Okay. So, therefore, this particular statement is wrong. Okay. And it is designed to provide additional accuracy and integrity to the flights. Question number 54. The right answer is D. Okay. It is designed to provide additional accuracy and integrity. Yes, that is the whole and sole purpose. Okay, actually, ground stations will navigate the flights. Flights will get signals from the ground control. Is it clear? But this is an additional, augmenting the navigation so that the flights will get better navigation and timing. Is it clear? And because of this better navigation and timing, we can have more air traffic within the given airspace. Within the given airspace, we can permit more air traffic because our navigation and timing is more accurate. So Gagan is increasing the accuracy, correct? Is it clear? Okay. Then it will allow more uniform and high quality air traffic management because ground station will control. Gagan is adding, is it clear, an additional source to navigate the flights. So therefore, it will give high quality traffic management, air traffic management. 1 and 2 are correct. Third statement is wrong because though it is developed for aviation, it is not used exclusively for aviation. Okay, so the right answer is D. Okay, moving on to the next question. Question number 61. Okay, some rare earth metals are used in manufacture of the flat television screens. Okay, correct. Okay, and statement number 2. Some rare elements have phosphorescent properties. It means they are bright. They are bright, phosphorescence properties. Yes, correct. Okay. Which one of the above statements, in respect of the above statements, is correct? Both statement number 1 and 2 are correct. Statement number 2 explains the statement number 1. 61. The right answer is A. Okay, look at the explanation. Some rare earth elements like yttrium, terbium, europium are used in the flat screen televisions. But why are they used in the flat screen televisions? Because they are having bright colors. Okay. Because they have phosphorescence. Because they are phosphorescent. Is it clear? As because, okay, they phosphor. Okay. I mean, they have phosphorescence to produce red, green, and blue colors, which are essential for creating vibrant colored flat televisions. So yes, we use rare earth elements like yttrium, terbium, and europium. But why do we use them in the flat television screens? Because they are phosphorescent. Is it clear? So A is the right answer. Okay, right. Moving on to the next question. Consider the following statements. Indian Railways have prepared a national rail plan to create a future-ready railway system. Correct. But what made this statement wrong? 2028. Okay. As per the PIB, okay, it is actually called as the National Rail Plan 2030. The name itself is NRP 2030. The name itself is NRP 2030. So this is not targeting to be completed in the year 2018. Actually, the statement is right. But what makes the statement wrong is this year. Next. Kavach, okay, is an automatic train protection system developed in collaboration with Germany. Again, it is partly correct. Kavach is an automatic train protection system, but not developed in collaboration with Germany. This word will make it wrong. Okay, it is an indigenously developed system. We only developed it. Okay, next. Kavach system. Okay, so this is also wrong. Second statement is also wrong. Covered system consists of RFID tags fitted on the track, railway track, okay, in the station sections, that is nearer to the railway stations. Is it correct? Yes, it is correct. But to understand this, we have to know what is RFID. Okay. And moreover, did I discuss it in one of my previous classes? Yes. Once again, I discussed this in Complete Science and Technology Revision, a marathon which is a part of Conquer Prelims 2025 on the YouTube. Okay, so look at here how the RFID works. Okay, I will explain how the RFID works in different steps. Step 1, okay, RFID will have two components. Is it clear? An antenna. RFID will have two components, an antenna and a reader. Okay. First, reader will send the radio waves. Is it clear? Okay. Tag and antenna. Okay. Right. Tag and an antenna. Tag, antenna. So here the tag is fitted to the railway tracks. Okay. Okay, the tag is fitted to the railway tracks as given in this statement. Okay, RFID tags fitted to the tracks near the station. Where are the tags? Station. Okay, on the track near the stations. Where is antenna? Antenna will be there in the stations, not on the tracks, in the stations. Okay, whenever the train approaches a particular station, the antenna in the railway station, okay, will read this particular, okay, tags, the information from the train, so that it can track the, okay, railway, the train movements. Is it clear? Okay, so first here, the antenna will emit, observe this particular thing, antenna will emit the radio waves, step 1. Okay, it will hit the tag. The radio waves will hit the tag. Step number 2. Step number 3, the tag will reflect the radio waves. Is it clear? Step number 4, then antenna will receive the radio waves and will send it to a reader. Step number 5, a computer system will analyze this particular data. To analyze about the, to track the movement of the trains. Simply put, okay, RFID tags, okay, can be kept on the railway tracks to monitor, track the movement of the trains. Is it clear? So the third statement is correct. Okay, question number 62, the right answer is, okay, A. Question number 62, the right answer is, okay, A, 1 and 2 only. Which of the above are not correct? Okay, this is not correct because it is 2030. This is not correct because it is indigenous. This is correct, okay, because RFID tags can be used to track the trains. Okay, right, to monitor the train movements. Thank you so much. Okay, next, moving on to our last question. Okay, consider the following space missions. Okay, did we discuss them in our classes? Yes, these are the screenshots. Okay, once again in Conquer Prelims Current Affairs Marathon. Okay, we did Conquer Prelims in 5 phases. Okay, 1.5 year current affairs. Okay, in 2 parts. And then after that, some important topics in each subject. Then after that, all PYQs, 10-year PYQs marathon, and then complete revision marathon. In 5 phases, our Conquer Prelims 2025 was more than a comprehensive course in any of the subjects. In all the subjects, we did the same. Is it clear? Which is one rare thing. Usually, in many places, maybe 1 or 2 faculty may do that. As a team, in every subject, providing 1.5 year current affairs, important areas, complete revision, 10-year PYQs is definitely okay. A difficult thing for us to do. Okay, the last 2 months were very tough, especially the last 2 months had been very tough on me. Okay, so and okay, I hope you can definitely make use of this if you are writing the exam in the year 2026 or beyond. Next year also our Conquer Prelims programs will come. And if you are hoping to clear this exam, not only Conquer Prelims, our Conquer Mains also will be there. But we are planning this Conquer Mains on the platform, for which you will have to enroll to an academy for a discounted price 19,999 using the referral code IAS English. Right. Okay. Yes, we discussed about the SPADEX. So basically, what is SPADEX? It is a docking, space docking. Docking means what? Okay, docking means don't have a pen to show here. I popularly show it with a pen. Okay. Just Okay, docking means kind of, okay, look at here, this is docking, okay. These are two spacecraft. They both should fit into each other. This concept is called as docking, okay. Space docking experiment. And did we also discuss about Gaganyaan? Yes, we also discussed about Gaganyaan. It is a future mission in which ISRO is planning to send astronauts. Is it clear? Okay, manned mission. Future manned mission. These are the screenshots both from the Conquer prelims. Is it clear? Now, coming back to this. Okay. Consider the following space missions. How many of the space missions given above encourage and support? Is it clear? You observe this. They are using the word encourage and support. It means they need not directly be used to study the microgravity. They need not be directly used to study the microgravity. If they can just support in studying the microgravity. For example, use Bharatiya Antariksha Station to study microgravity. But we need SpaceX for Bharatiya Antariksha Station. What is Bharatiya Antariksha Station? It is India's own space station. Obviously, because it is a space station, it is going to be huge. So we cannot launch it in a single piece. We will have to launch it in multiple pieces. And all these multiple pieces have to go there and dock with each other. Is it clear? So, Bharatiya Antariksha Station is used to study the microgravity. But SpaceX mission will support us to make the Bharatiya Antariksha Station. So, support. And to support this word support, UPSC has given another word encourage. So, looking at these two words, it is 100% clear that they need not be directly used to study the microgravity. Not be directly used to study the microgravity. They have to just help us in studying about the microgravity. By the way, what is microgravity? Okay, micro means small, gravity is gravity. I mean, unusually less amount of gravity. So that either the human beings or the objects will experience weightlessness. As we see in some videos, our astronauts will keep kind of flying, okay, because they experience a condition of weightlessness, because there is very little gravity, microgravity. That is called microgravity. Will only humans experience microgravity? No, even the objects will fly. You might have seen how they drink water, how the astronauts drink water, even the water floats, okay. So that is microgravity. So we use Gaganyaan and Bharatiya Antariksha Station to study microgravity. SpaceX, okay, is used for those. So it means it will support or encourage. Correct. Okay, all of them. By the way, what is this axiom for? It is a space mission will fly an Indian astronaut to the International Space Station. It is designed to host a significant number of scientific experiments, including those focused on microgravity. Is it clear? Okay. So we are sending this. Actually, it is kind of, it's not an ISRO's mission, but Indian astronaut is traveling. Is it clear? It's not a mission by ISRO. Okay, they are sending them to International Space Station, but an Indian astronaut is also traveling as a part of the mission. So that mission was important. Okay. So the right answer for 63rd question is C. All the three can encourage and support our microgravity research. Okay. So actually, science and technology questions are completed. But there is one question, question number 13. We at Unacademy categorized this question under the subject geography. So, Mukesh sir already discussed this question. But is one statement, the second statement, okay, in this particular question is from my favorite topic, which I discussed in multiple classes. Is it clear? Like marathon session on the YouTube, regular comprehensive courses, multiple classes I discussed it. Okay. And these are the screenshots. Okay. Solar storms, right? Solar storms. Okay. Solar flares, etc. So, on the whole, how many questions came from science and technology? Around, I did not actually count, around 14 or 15 questions came from science and technology. As always, almost the average number of questions from science and technology is around 50. It is like any other subject in the prelim. So I advise you all, especially those who are preparing for 26 and beyond, okay, to take science and technology as seriously as all the other subjects. Because, okay, many students will kind of miss an opportunity of clearing the prelims with just 1 mark or even less than that. In that situations, those who also take science and technology as seriously as the other subjects will be definitely at an edge. So that's all is our 2025 prelims GS paper analysis. I hope, okay, you found it very useful. Thank you so much. Don't forget to enroll using the referral code Unacademy IAS English. Thank you.